Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about
it. And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
all these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse. It is I, the Access. And here recently, I started running some comparisons, especially with different models of information and data gathering, and tried to take a broader perspective of the compiling of this type of information. Now, there are those out there who do suffer from mental illness. There are those that suffer from trauma. There are those that are emotionally disturbed. There is a myriad of people having diverse, we'll say, less common expressions. And I took a moment to look at how they're developing the machine learning and these AI models and the interaction that people are having with them. And I thought, behind what wall and exactly in what server farm, or where it may be, is this particular type of information going? Now, I can truly understand that if you have an open AI platform, and you're going to take in all data and information, you wouldn't want to compartmentalize that type of thinking off to itself. You would want that to be a part of the full equation. But that leads me to the thought of how would a logical, deducting machine learning algorithm incorporate and comprehend in a digital sense completely abstract thinking? Is this a part of the development? Is this a part of what they're allowing to be on some of these particular voice models, some of these image models? I remember reading and watching, which I had posted the video, where the first round that they released this machine learning algorithmic education of word modeling, and they had made the mistake of allowing it open access to uh, most all multimedia and open platform. And it had become so ingrained with illogical deductions that they wound up shutting it down completely. It started to compile information that was unfabricated, was extremely abstract and unuseful. But in the end, it did have a use. It showed them that they needed to put certain constraints on it. Now, as I understand the the mind of curiosity, I started taking some interesting looks, because I'm sure along the way they're going to use or these states of higher developed algorithms and working models with error correction technology to start diagnosing everything from, which I'm sure they have started, mental illness, um, loss of reality, schizophreniform, schizophrenic, poor reality testing. And that is somehow going to wind up either being in a compartmentalized research resource for study, development, and education for probably psychologists and therapists and those who go to school for such things. But I also know that we have these working word models that we interact with: ChatGPT, DeepSeek, DeepMind, Deep Blue. And when I think of any of that being of open resource to the general public and the nature of humans, I kind of looked at what are the returned sets of information from all of the I don't, I guess it would be mentally ill, um, the disturbed, the less founded of mind. And these are some of the open platforms that have been worked with in that way. And I have nothing against it. I mean, it's research, and it is what it is, and that's okay, as long as it doesn't become something that you stake your credibility and your information off of. I think there is some discretion that needs to be applied with that. And but anyhow, I also took this to another particular nasty habit that the human race has engaged in, that I consider to be states of virtual madness. Whenever you discard the concept of human life and you take people who aren't directly threatened and you place them on a battlefield and you start studying techniques of warfare, techniques of destruction. And when you apply something as powerful as processor speed that we have now and simulated algorithms, there's a pretty heavy potential there for an incredible amount of either A, human loss, or B, the preservation of human loss through technology. But if I know this species, once things cross the line of what would be considered a justifiable and civil state of war, just as in some of these wars that we've had that weren't directly world wars, there is going to be a new perspective that will be taken on. And as I study what this administration and the heads of these technical corporations are trying to implement and are implementing in the state, I'm seeing a consistent and quickening change. As a matter of fact, people don't adjust that quickly. And that's not a blanket statement. That's just general people, not all, aren't capable of going from one extreme and then within a year to the polar opposite of that extreme without there being a lack of cohesiveness. It rips itself apart. And when I look at my endeavors into metaphysics and studies of things that a lot of people would consider to be taboo or evil or whatever your take on your personal superstition may be, well, I'm sure that that's another compartmentalized algorithm for them to study and examine, especially with recent released documents from the CIA and the money that they spent on certain projects that just came to light. And I'm sure that they're going to utilize that information and develop it too, which will give them an incredible advantage when it comes to certain aspects of what can be achieved through metaphysics. I can see where there is a common line and a common thread that takes the generalized state of the physics um, to the quantum level of physics and the application of understanding an aspect of the mechanics of the metaphysics. They walk hand in hand. They're not that far removed from one another. And working with both of them and seeing the relevancy and to be able to compare one against the other with a underlying conclusion of how a unmanifest potential can be brought to a state of potential by influence, projection, and even manifestation. And I can understand how that applies itself into what would be this particular state realm and the interaction between the two. They're relative to one another. They have a coherency between them. And I started looking at some of the more in-depth studies and research that they've done on some of the development of these 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 AI developed models that have a broader spectrum of being able to reach information that what they give us, which is just general language models or image models or even audio models, and even resource to information. And now that the chips that they're using are so much more broad and expedient in their nature, there's also a fundamental reality that whoever has the actual researchable models and has built the language model for that particular state of AI has quite the advantage and upper hand. And I thought, can a mathematical equation and a derivative of potentials in speaking, interpreting, and developing an understanding and coherency to word modeling, as well as image and music, has its advantage. Now, whether that's going to be used for beneficial purposes or malevolent purposes, I don't put a lot of faith in human society. When you think about the concept that the winner is the one that generally writes the history, this time of development, especially in the 2000s, is going to be a particular time where, if there is a future, will be considered a pioneering stage of development for technologies that we've probably yet to be introduced to. And how long until in a state of quantum mechanics are these machines going to learn that the source of being able to utilize certain metaphysics requires you to pull from uninfluenced particles and in between the states of Planck distance. At what point does it understand that we are manifestors of reality? And through certain suggestive situations over the course of, let's say, you have a language model, and you've utilized this language model and you've become quite accustomed to it. It's fun, gives you answers, plays with you, interact. But in the meantime, behind the algorithm that you're working with, there is another program running, which is reading you. So therefore, it knows you over an extensive amount of time. And over that extensive amount of time, it slowly starts to suggest on a subconscious and a subliminal level to instruct you to start slowly instructing you over the course of time to achieve whatever means to an end that is running in the background program of what you're interfacing with. And this isn't too far-fetched. It's been done quite often. And if I have some type of understanding of how cycles influence energy, water, frequency, all fall together, then it will be able to read, align, project, and understand the movements of the heavens, such as someone reading a zodiac or doing astrology or even beyond. It's going to be able to comprehend the push and pull that those bodies have, whether it be the sun or the moon even, and the effects that that particular state is going to be in its energy. And since things are cyclical, and you can go back and you can look at the position of stars and the short count moon, the long count sun, and the effects that it has and the potentials that it's went through and what it's doing now and what it's going to go through. And it can adjust itself accordingly and give all that information out to whoever is control of that algorithm. And if they have control of that algorithm and they know basically what the influence and energy is going to be, as well as what they engineer, and hold on to that word, engineer, then all that we're going through at this point in time only becomes more relevant that it's a script that was fed in with a final derivative of what they want to achieve, and they're going to continue forward with the particular charade of world events and the narrative until they achieve that goal. And the reason I say this is because what little bit I do is for my personal understanding of things. But when you're working with research centers, labs, uh, developing technology, and the sudden race for a more powerful processing speed and a more dynamic processing chip, this is going to be something that's going to be utilized, I would think, because I would do it. And if I was having to hold together a society or manipulate a society or whatever it may be, this would be a very useful and powerful tool. And the majority of people, I already understand, won't even take this no further than what I just spoke. It will become hollow, empty words, and it will fall to the wayside because it requires action, personal action, not group action. It requires a certain discipline of yourself, just as if you were studying to be some type of proficient metaphysicist. You have to learn to tap into those energies. You have to learn what the mediums are that you use to enhance that focus of energy. You have to understand how to influence that which has not been influenced. You have to fall between the lines of possibility in all states to bring it into a coherent relevancy. And I'm sure that there's a little computer out there with a server farm. It's probably 3 miles or 4 miles long, and it's got all this information and data in it. And it's already made a cohesive comparison between the physical, the metaphysical, the probable, potential, and the relativity between the two. And the more I see the dismantling of things that we almost took for granted, postal service, different social services, medical industry, and I'm seeing the decline in it. And I'm seeing so many offices being placed under very heavy governmental hand. And I don't have a dog in that fight. I could care less, really. Go at each other. Do what it is you're going to do. I don't have a standing army of a nation of the willing, so I understand I'm just an individual and I have a little bit of an insight on this. And I do like to share. But there is a line that was crossed with, especially Elon Musk, and I'm sure that there's much more in-depth research that he'd done that hasn't been released yet. When it comes to neuralacing, Neuralink, just complete quantum interfacing. And they will eventually find out the same way that even the mystics, magi, and witches of old could tap into that energy. And they were able to manifest and pull things into a state of what we consider to be localized reality. And I'm sure it will develop an equation, whether it's a balanced equation or it's an equation of probability that is brought into solidification through the forcing of energy, frequency, or perception. I sometimes wonder exactly how some of my technology gets information and starts putting it into my feeds when I don't open my mouth or say a word. And I call that the atmospheric AI. It's kind of like the artificial intelligence force. And as long as you have a bioelectric field, you have the capability of what would be parody in sci-fi as midi-chlorine. And it has that capability of transmitting information not only by your willingness to participate, but also by an atmospheric frequency that it's capable of using. You know, everybody was up in arms when they had the voice to skull technology. And then they started doing dream imaging and was pulling images of dreams out of people's heads. And I watch as the continuation of this process move forward. I ask myself, what part do I play in this? If I'm going to play a part, or should I just step away and let the nature of the beast do its best? And it's a real state of combat within oneself to know that everything you say, do, express, your words, your ideals, are all being analyzed, processed, stored with your little ID tag on it, whether it be audio, ID tag, facial, IP, MAC, doesn't matter. And how that's going to apply itself later on. See, I don't think people are quite aware that they have not fully used the reach of what this can do and how it can affect. But they have started. And they're introducing it a lot slower than this new administration has presented itself. And whereas back in the day when they would take people who they considered to be dissidents, witches, or devil worshippers, such forth, and they would burn them at the stake. Where does the resistant mind hide itself in this coming onslaught? Where do you hide? Can you shield yourself with joy, happiness, and pacifism? I would hope so. I would like to think that we could just keep some type of positive state and be unaffected because it wasn't capable of comprehending our disdain for our concern. And even that would be tolerable. Hell, that would be reasonable. But I know what long-term metadata and the analysis of it into a personal algorithmic state to one's character and thinking microsignaling, tones and wavers in your voice, even panel disposition, chat, all those little micro idiosyncratic things that you do that you never once took a moment to observe because you had no reason to, now actually apply themselves. And I'm not being doom and gloomish about this because it's just the evolution of technology, the evolution of the human species. It is the development of man's ever insatiable need to outdo himself. Which is okay if that's what you're into. But what does that say for the free thinking idealist? You know, a lot of people have the concept that they can run to the woods. Well, if you don't think that they don't have technology to track you in the woods without them stepping a foot in it, they are going to demand compliance. And if you aren't paying attention to what's going on right now, then you will be one of the compliant. Not because you want to be, because that's what they have categorized you to be. It is what they've determined outside of your free will that you are going to submit to. And if you don't, you're a dissident. And I'm sure eventually there will be consequences for that. And I'm sure they will get ever progressively more strenuous. That's just kind of an open observation and state of awareness that I wanted to share to continue on to some potentials. I've been keeping up with the race and the development of these chips. Now, apparently, Google come out with the groundbreaking Willow chip. And then I started watching as China developed a chip, and they modeled it off of apparently OpenAI. Then, you know, Microsoft, they came in with something that was supposed to be even more profound. And now, our political urchin, Mr. Musk, has just declared the introduction of a chip that goes far beyond theirs. But I kind of figured that was coming. I kind of was waiting for that because it would only seem logical. It would only seem coherent that this would be the situation. So the only thing that I really choose to invest myself in is maybe occasionally taking some observational stance and spreading information, maybe even getting my feathers ruffled in some type of human interaction. And enjoy it for what it's worth. No one truly saw the encroaching danger and the benefits of having such a resource to you and available. They chose to take it as a shiny new toy, something to play with, something to amuse, something to entertain. And that's all right. You know, let those who do such ways as to satisfy their indulgent need for entertainment be entertained. Shit, brother. I was an entertainer. I understand it. Not a problem with me. It's the intrusiveness. That's what kind of, I don't know, brings a tone of discontentment with endeavors, especially with the type of people that I've seen, that I've watched, that I've developed with over the last few years. The decline, the distance of true human interaction. You know, and I'm guilty of it. I completely isolated myself just because people have become so empowered and have embodied a state of having a voice. And they utilize that voice and know that they can, at any point in time, declare that they were offended or their rights were violated because of a misidentification or something as menial as a compliment. And I thought, man, I am entirely too free speaking to be out amongst that. You know, I have very little that restrains what I have to say. Not only that, but I'm not received well because of the nature of how I approach things, my enjoyment of just through startling, potential shock, or just completely resistant behavior. And I found a type of enjoyment there because I think humans aren't fully developed. I think they have there's a lot lacking where their development is, and that's with most. Because I could say a couple phrases right now and I would lose damn near every subscriber and everyone watching just by a phrase or a sentence, whether I meant it or not, or whether I said it in jest. That's how easy it is to take a person who doesn't have a well structured mind and is capable of taking the spectrum and the round of something in. So they defeat their ability to expand, learn, develop, because they've conditioned themselves to something that they feel comfortable with. You know, I think of artists like Salvador Dali, Hieronymus Bosch, a few other of the surrealistic H.R. Geiger. That was a pretty interesting time in art when somebody would take that surrealistic approach, give you a bizarre or a different interpretation or angle on looking at things. And it stepped just far enough out of bounds that people could tolerate, people could handle, people could understand, and not for everybody, but there are those that really enjoy that. I happen to be one of them. But the mundane are vast. The damaged are many. The offended are beyond count. And those without any ethical morality, geez, that is one of the darker sides of this technology. And now that I've kind of rebased myself into some of my more physical metaphysics and endeavors into natural arts, I was able to take a lot of things that I had stored, developed, researched, and I understood how things were compartmentalized, how things were, as they were privately being developed, being released, and the climb for technological superiority became more vast. I watched programming turn into prompting, and I seen the advent of what the new interface potentially holds. You know, when you can correctively prompt an AI, or you can start doing a voice model and training it, it's a type of open source, but it's proprietary and it develops. But I don't think that's the pinnacle of where we're headed with this, especially after I've looked through some of the more recent articles. And the more that they speak on these things, the more metaphysics that they're speaking in languages that I understand. Some of the wording they use, some of the techniques that they're claiming to apply, some of the endeavors, well, they parody and they stand right beside metaphysics, technology, probability, influencing, predetermined cause and effect by force of will. And some of it's amazingly fascinating. But when they start putting these algorithms that they've programmed and developed to run certain systems, working class, medical, to law enforcement, I was recently a victim. And I felt that cold sting of not being able to get past what they had already placed in a system. And it didn't just go within a particular city. It didn't stay confined within the doors of my practitioners. No, it was applied. It was applied and retrievable. And not only in this state, but every state. So if you do something, whether you did it or not, and it winds up being a part of a database that's connected to you, I also found that there's really no way to get that scrubbed. Once it's been written, once it's been logged, it stays. So I took a extreme metaphysical approach the minute that I found that out and ran into that opposition here in these last couple of days. And I decided that, all right, I'll use this platform and others to entertain, maybe educate, learn, develop, but I cannot apply myself to it as far as reason goes. I had to step back, and I'm going to continue to step back. And it is what it is, because generally it's like reading a scary book, or even reading a book on Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, or UFOs. It's fun, intriguing reading, and it's got its safety area of conspiracy. It's okay to provoke those thoughts and find them to be usefully entertaining. But when they start making relative sense and you start being able to read between the lines and deduce some type of relevancy to them that they don't want, well, that's when they take the fun out of it, isn't it? And you got to figure out how to put the fun back in it. I was able to come on here and the first part of this channel's life, try to express to people how to utilize energy and fundamental ideals of metaphysics, what it was, what it meant, what it implies. And the message got lost along the way somewhere. Only a few people were able to retain that type of information, and I imagine even fewer utilized it. That's cool, man. You know, it just showed me. There are those that go to the library and pick up a book on esoteric, and they may skim through it. Hell, they may even read it. But will they utilize it? Nah. And that's the same with this technology. If you were truly connoisseurs of development, you would be developing, which gave me the upper hand on a lot of situations in the metaverse. Gave me the upper hand on a lot of people who scoffed and laughed and thought this was a far-fetched ideal, but turns out it wasn't. And I know this is probably repetitive information to most, but there is an expansive nature to this. That's why the panel's open. And in the meantime, as usual, I set the course and direction. Whether it stays on that course and direction or not is entirely up to you, the listener, and where you want to take this. But you know my present state of mind, and that may change and vary from moment to moment to minute to minute. I'm going to grab a cigarette, a refreshing beverage, and while I do that, contemplate. Maybe you have something to say that I haven't heard. Or maybe you're just absolutely pissed to no end degree with me. And I'm willing to address that too.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But necessarily my truth might not be everyone else's truth. So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
If some of these platforms, because there's many channels here, and a lot of them actually do, if people were honest when they're coming onto the panels or chat, if they don't want to be honest with themselves, they want to tear down other people to disguise themselves. So what I get from that is people are insecure by using a false sense of security to mask. They're not actually, they actually ever challenge themselves. What would that look like? Of course, they'll be picking up, but what about you? I said, there you go again. You're deflecting at that point. It's about you. If it's always about you, then make it about you. Be the best me can be there. Be the most selfish person you can be. So my question would be then why are you living with the rest of us?
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Because it doesn't serve them to, what, I'm going to sit there and hear them say, okay, so should I tell them that they're caught up in their own world? I'm just going to replace myself. Axis, you can take over for a while. It's your shift.
Okay. And there it is. You know, it's peculiar to me that I was fortunate enough to be a part of this particular little community here. One is because I get to see the extreme, sometimes asinine behavior of people. Instead of that pseudo front image that people put on to try and produce a channel that is seeming to be informative or, you know, bring you aware of current events, happenings, even drama in the realm of Hollywood or politics. And they come at you with this this nightly news image. But this little community, this is some of the most extreme expressions that I've ever seen. And it's been kind of a liberal freedom to a certain degree to be able to interact with a lot of the people here. I've really enjoyed some of the times, especially watching some of the some of the more profound personalities and how they're developed or either haven't developed or just have remained underdeveloped. And sometimes it's even cool to poke at that a little. You know, if you're going to be in this arena and you're going to be in this side of the metaverse and you're going to claim some type of understanding of the Bible or the Quran or whatever religious background you may come from or school of esoteric teachings, and how adamant they are to stand on that and project their position as if it holds some significance into anyone's life as to what you study, what you believe, who you think you are, and the character that you may throw up there and play. And I will say that there are a lot of weak-minded individuals out there that fall prey to these little cults of personalities and fear-based interactions of inadequacy and not being able to make themselves relevant. And I actually have quite a list of characters that, believe it or not, they lean on each other, even in opposition. They lean on each other. And they depend on one person or a group of people to be in opposition of what they have to offer, but to be just relevant enough to be able to retain some type of standing in this community. And I find that completely amazing. So I appreciate both the aspect of using these platforms as learning platforms, and I also see how they are a release, kind of a pressure valve for people who are pent up or that need some type of self-realizing moment that makes them feel relevant. And that's that in its own right is kind of a tool, I suppose. You know, why not? You know, YouTube psychology, YouTube scholars, YouTube influencers. It's all relative. And then to be able to open your panel up and allow different characters and personalities and to interact with them and see some of the more loud personifications. And some of them are just basically conniving snakes in the grass. And I watch that too. They're probably not quite as aware of how close of attention I pay to things. But I pay close enough attention to try and stay somewhat relevant to the situation without becoming the target of some massive drama campaign, as funny as those can be and as humorous as they are, which I understand. You know, people wanted to see the Gong Show, or they wanted to see some type of gimmick or Springer, or whatever it may be. You know, we were kind of, as a society, built up to find comfort in humor, laughter, kicking back, watching sitcoms, and even when it turned to a animated type of primetime viewing of humor. And it makes perfect sense that it would develop over into social media. And I'm sure that if you ran enough episodes of sitcoms through an algorithm and you were to enhance that and you were to find a particular equation in that rhythm you could probably develop some very interesting and highly amusing AI interpretations of what we consider to be humorous, funny. And it also works on the other spectrum. But I am kind of curious in one aspect of, did they potentially take groups and through compartmentalization by topic, by interest, or any other attributing or attribute, and kind of put people in a category, classification, so that they could get a stronger and more cohesive and understanding algorithm. And from what I've gathered, they have. But then I also understand that this is going to be a part of what they're going to introduce in various realms of social media and infrastructure. And these are going to be certain aspects of it that are going to be defining lines for where you can't go, what you can't say, and what will get you flagged, or potentially you become a less than upstanding citizen because of your thinking. Just because you have an abstract mind and you don't see any harm in what you're doing, you're not bothering anybody. You're just vocalizing. But man, people are so offended at everything. And I admit, I got offended, but I got offended when someone crossed the line by taking advantage of the less fortunate to promote themselves. And that's about the only thing that I have truly took a stand for besides a friend. And even the friend that I stood for, that was, in the end, a very unappreciated stand that I took by the person that I thought I was standing for. And I thought, well, fuck, I ain't going to do that again. I mean, shit. I would be a little more appreciative of someone who was willing to extend that type of friendship, especially in the metaverse. Because I see the numbers come up and down. I see the people come and go. I see those who are in it for some type of exchange of information and knowledge, and then I just see the lurkers. And the lurkers seem to be the majority of the number when it comes to these platforms. And let me bring that into perspective for you. They sit outside of our channels, the lurkers, and they peer at this YouTube facade of personalities. And it's almost as if they're watching syndicated TV. And while they live their lives, they tune into YouTube, especially the panelverse or the more fringe. And I'm sure that they find quite the amount of amusement. They would have to. Because if I didn't have a channel and I wanted to watch people who are broken, have shortcomings, have abstract beliefs and ideals that seem to be far-fetched from what they understand to be the truth, I'd watch too. I would sit back and just find myself laughing my fucking ass off. But I've lived quite the different life. And to those lurkers, I hope you're well entertained, and I hope that you're getting your dollar's worth from your Wi-Fi connection and the time you invest. I hope that it serves you in some way of alleviating the pressure of your day and feeling better about who you are, or at least contributing to the circus and the fiasco that displays itself on these channels. And even with that, I could say a couple provoking words and start a dilemma that would turn into um, a spectacle worth watching, and I could hold my own there. And I'm sure that many people would enjoy watching and tuning in to the antics and conflictive nature and the culting and all the other attributes that goes with the contemptuous. Not that there isn't a place for that. But that point of seriousness, that point of being able to tune in and feel a part of something that is got some sense of substance and growth continually declines. And I can see why a lot of channels and a lot of these platforms went to that medium. It did go too far at one time with certain individuals, and especially those that don't know the technology or don't understand the technology, and this is just a magic little device for them to, display their contentment, discontentment, whatever it may be. Whereas I suppose I kind of seen it as a instrument to potentially interact with like-minded people that I could expand, express, grow, develop. And I noticed that very quickly the minute that I took my eyes off the reins. It was going straight into that combative, conflictive, social drama, repetitive trolling, and those who think that they have a grasp or an understanding on higher states of things. I'm a layman, but I'm at least an educated layman. And I do try to do the best that I can to verify and put to test the things that I work with and that I do. And I had hoped that it would have benefited this community or even YouTube in general, or even other platforms. And that was lost to the unattentive and to the offended, the narcissistic, the hopeful YouTube influencer, the cause crusader. You know, I may have quite the abstract mannerism to me, and even bizarre, sometimes offensive. I will test your protocols, and that's safety protocols, to kind of let you know if what you're watching is so detrimental to you. Good thing that when you were growing up and watching scary movies, that you couldn't interact with them because you would have made an ass out of yourself. It's a good thing that some of the more impressive and implying movies on people you did not have the ability to interact with because you would have made an ass out of yourself. I could have done that better. This is the way I would have done that. Oh, I've already ran through the concept of interactive TV. And to a point, this is a fundamental foundation for interactive TV. And I have seen more people make total asses of themselves and display their lack of intelligence and their overly emotionally driven sense of knowledge and ego drives them. That I'm thinking, damn, I'm glad there is a YouTube, lest these people be roaming around the streets with nothing to do. You know, how do you contend with that? So even in that aspect, I see social media in this type of platform having its useful nature, its useful utility. Because I would hate to think that a lot of these individuals, who I think are the same type of personification that would be watching a movie with a few friends and they would be explaining to their friends exactly how they would handle a situation while watching a movie, as if they could jump to the screen and change the narrative. But that's just human nature. But human nature now is giving itself and its way over to a mass collective of compiled information that also contains human nature. And I find that to be intriguing. Find it to be a lot more practical than taking a toll on how many people come to see your scary ass movie, and then how many people left the theater with the ideal that, oh, they could have, they knew how to defeat that monster. They knew that, oh man, if they were there, they would have done it this way, that way, and not ever looking at the fact that all it is entertainment. That's it. The movie theater don't go home with you, nor do the actors. I know that'll go over most people's heads. And they won't find the relative nature between the two. But it is reflective. And just like humans, from the days of early theater to bringing theater into your home and being an interactive participant, sometimes when I look at how they've engineered society, how they've utilized different organizations and fraternal clubs to help construct and develop what we're living through, what we're dealing with. And I'm curious as if maybe they didn't have access to pre-cataclysmic knowledge or knowledge of prior cultures and civilizations to the point where they understood how they developed, how they sustained, and how they declined, which thus gave them the blueprints to not only take this on a physical, here and now level, but they also applied it to the development of what will be the new frontier, the new engagement of the human psyche, not into the physical, but into the designed, human designed, though it wasn't truly created by humans, it was discovered. They sure have learned how to utilize it. And they are developing it. I really had hoped that there would have been a longer period of time for the true artist, the true developer of sound and personal art. Just kind of wanted to see that stick around a little bit longer, and it didn't. I can't complain about that. You know, this technology is exponentially reaching pinnacles and levels that even I wasn't ready for back in the 90s. Maybe if I stick on here long enough and rattle and try and give you a understanding or even a topic, if there would be a voice, maybe one of opposition, agreement, or bipartisan to either. Nope. No, this is not what people would be considering entertaining. I'm not entertaining yet. But when I start entertaining, after I eat, who knows? Maybe I'll take this lack of participation and start voicing all my contempts, my disgusts maybe I'll point out characters and to just totally expose their shortcomings and their mental dispositions, their inadequacies. That works for numbers when nobody's listening, when nobody cares. As they say in Germany, give them the show. They want the show. And since there aren't cognitive enough minds to be able to stand and perpetuate the grounds of my endeavors, I should maybe re-reason this particular stream. Maybe even rename it. You know, I don't come on here to entertain myself. I come on here to be an interactive part of a platform and a community. To be a contributing factor, or at least a source of potential information or whatever may be. There's a lot to be said for the voice that is willing to be heard. I didn't want this channel to have some type of career beyond the one that I've already had. I had those days. I had that fun. I did this because I just generally don't like humans. Don't get along with them. Don't much like them. And especially in groups. So I'm going to consume this meal here. And I'm going to play a couple of songs. And if anyone has the integrity to venture forward with an ideal concept, opinion, or even a disposition before I shut this stream down, link is in the chat. Hello.
Good evening.
How's it going?
Oh, long, hard, and wet.
There you go. There you go. At least it's something. Better than nothing.
And I got paid good too.
Well, that's even better, and that's a bonus.
Well, I don't know about a bonus, but I got paid good, so I'm all good with it.
Well, I figure as long as you're getting paid, you're the least end of being robbed.
Oh, don't. I can't. I only came up because I was getting smacked in the face watching the last few days over the last conversation we had.
Mm, I'm
And
telling
then,
you,
and then to come back in and watch them still behaving that way.
I am kind of an oddity, I guess. You know, I don't conform to any type of social conditioning. I'm me. I live by what I perceive to be my own guidelines, as long as I don't cross anyone else's or trespass on what they're doing. You know, I consider myself to be an individual, man. People don't like that.
Well, can I be honest with you without hopefully
Hmm.
touching a nerve or anything like that with anybody listening or anything like that? But that's how we're supposed to live. That's how we're supposed to live. And when I touched with source or whatever like that, that's how you break their curse.
It's to me, and I don't know if you, it's being an individual holds a great position. You know, you as an individual, the shaman of different cultures in the past, that was generally a pretty strange cat. Um, the war chief, you know, that was an individual, pretty strange cat, you know, and even some of the more profound actors and actresses that we've had throughout life, you know, they've held their niche by the profound nature of what they do, individualized. And it's the cattle that sit back and watch. It's all those who cannot break free from that group mentality and think that cast judgment quickly on those who individualize themselves.
Believe it or not, I caught on to our country, the Constitution. That's what it's for. It's part of a spellcast, and
Right.
it's designed to keep you from being an individual. Go look at a class school book from back in the 50s to now.
Mm, absolutely.
They want
Absolutely.
you cookie cutter the same motherfucker, and if you don't, boy, we gonna put your ass in a cage.
Which tells me, and I'm thinking, because people don't realize how long computer technology has actually been around. And before it was introduced into home computers and these smartphones, there were complete government and developmental departments that were working with computer technology way before we ever got our hands on it. And then the earlier components that were released, they didn't they were more flexible and versatile for programming because they weren't so proprietary. But when they made the smartphone and the home computer as easy to operate as a television set, that's whenever I knew that they had accomplished the pinnacle of what they were wanting to do with it.
Well, I caught on to the Windows thing. Um, I was actually in the first computer classes given to the public school, and I'm in a newspaper article for it out of Kent
Right
County,
on.
Michigan. If you look it up back in the, I was 13. I was born in '78, and I was 13. It was at Northeast Middle High School on the corner of Fuller and Leonard in Grand Rapids, and I went through the first Windows computer classes. The thing is, I caught on to something. There's, you know how they talk about the worms that are in our body?
Hmm.
Apparently, they can draw those worms through your retina by the TV and the window screens.
I've heard that. I absolutely have heard that. As a matter of fact, when I found out that doctors would not diagnose situations and symptoms with worms or parasites,
Yup.
my red flags went off.
Yes, sir.
And I was like, why, when I know how easy it is to worm or to remove parasites, would they not announce that in the results of your exam or your diagnosis? And man, that sent me on a long journey of research. And it blew me away because I seen how they were manipulating diagnosis and pharmaceutical procedures over something that could be handled in a completely different way.
And that's why the first shall be last and the last shall be first.
Yeah, I think so. You know,
Well,
I had
it's already happening now, and motherfuckers just can't tell. And the thing is, I ain't a Bible thumper, dude. I grew up my whole life listening to Slayer.
right on.
Dude, listen, when I say I'm fucking hardcore Slayer, I'm talking on fucking repeat as fucking loud as you can to where people can't even be in my shop. And here I am saying this shit. Here I am saying this shit. Never in a fucking million years would I thought this shit would have come out of my mouth.
Well, I do have a quite the legacy of biblical studies, and I was talking to a individual these last few days, propagating some scripture to various things that are happening with me, and my lack of ability to solidify, even though there is potentially, though I have not seen it, it is recorded history, the trial that this Jesus guy had. And I can wrap my head around a creator. You know, I can wrap my head around being created and all this being a created construct, whatever and however far it goes.
There's more than one.
Oh yeah, it's on. They finally come out with the 12-dimensional according to frequency and tone, and the interval of octaves in planes of existence. Now it was finally proven, and I was like, I told you, you know. But it only made sense to me because I'm a musician and I understood the variables and tones. And when I was talking to him, he is a devout follower. He's not a Christian. He's a devout follower of the ways of the Christed one.
Well, worship is a bad thing. Worship leads you. It doesn't matter what you worship, whether it's Jesus or Bobby BB or whatever, the baby raper dude or whatever, fucking any kind of shit like that. But anyways, from what Source told me was all them dudes, the Hebrews and the Christians and shit like that, he brewed them all to be harvested. I don't understand what that's to mean, but that's what Source told me.
And it would seem so in the way that the wording is in you know, the Old and New Testament. You know, but that goes into starting to digest, analyze, and break down words all the way back to Greek, to Hebrew, to Paleo Hebrew, and I just wanted a simplified answer because you brought up the point. Do you believe in Jesus? I said I can't prove it.
Well, here's my thoughts on the whole situation, to be perfectly honest, and just down to earth on the situation, because I have eyes, I can see. I've seen most vilest, fucking evil, violent shit out of them hardcore Christians.
Right?
I'm dead serious. And the bad thing is, when you prove them wrong, they get even more evil.
Oh, defensive. Oh,
They
ooh,
will get
creepy
violent.
defensive.
They will get violently ill over it, and that's part of the harvesting.
So I just, mathematically, I can equate the relevancy in a finalized version of an equation for this particular state of being. But the anomaly in that is the Jesus Christ character.
Well,
I just,
again, I got a little off track, but my thing is, when I was a young dude reading the Bible, I think I was like 7. One of the first things that caught my attention and stuck with me really bad was man's interpretation of God.
yeah, I don't
Now,
claim to fully understand any of the nature of God in the whole, or I can only partially catch glimpses and aspects.
well, I know they're lying, and through meditation and stuff, I've caught on to some heavier stuff points of that. But I know when I tap consciousness, I went through some hardcore stuff, and I don't understand a lot of it. I don't trust a lot of people on the situation, and a lot of people will tell you what you want to hear just to make themselves feel better or more important.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, it's
Been a
going.
while, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Sorry I hopped off. I was pretty angry at the one dude, Gage or Cage or whatever the fuck his name was.
Yeah, Cage.
Yeah,
I
he's,
would love to pimp smack that 2-bald bitch.
he was saying I could cure my disease like it's that simple. That motherfucker. He didn't know it.
He is the disease.
Right there, you go.
He is the disease.
And I was gonna hop on one time, but then I realized you had a somebody on that I can't stand. I wonder if he's around.
Hey, listen,
Well,
you want to talk smack? I'm right here, bro.
No, dude, like nobody is like this narcissistic piece of shit. He's a evil piece of shit. In fact, he loves calling himself evil or whatever. Team
Well,
evil.
I bet I know who it is.
oh,
What's his name? I bet I know who it is.
Yeah.
TSM.
Who?
TSM.
No,
He's
no, Sanity Machine.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
That's
He's no longer. He crossed the line with me ethically.
I heard him talk shit about you on somebody else's stream recently. I was thinking, man, I was gonna ask you if like you were talking to him anymore.
Hey, I've caught multiple groups. When I say multiple groups, I mean more than multiple groups that are working with like a Fed, CIA, with a convict, especially a federal convict, and they're working in teams. Now, I don't think the convict fully knows what's going on. I think they're using him as a platform. But I've caught multiple of them, and I can point. I can see it. I can see it right now. And the thing is, I'm trained on the shit. So the minute I see it, I already know what routes to make sure it's exposed. I'm not going to tell them, but I know right where to go in their asses nab, dude. Because it's criminal to do that in this country is illegal. The punishment for that is what? The punishment for treason in this country is what?
Yeah, I know.
All
It's,
right.
deletion.
Them digital soldiers, but Mr. Flynn's, boy, them guys are shitting on themselves right now, trying to climb over walls. They're running for Mexico, all kinds of shit, bro. You think I'm fucking playing? Dude, this is how funny it is. This was the warning from the military vets. Go home now while you still can. Now, I didn't say this. I could show you the link, but the psychos they train to special op, kill for them are literally telling them right now, go home while you still can.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm watching their spec ops. Listen, I'm watching their spec ops spill the beans right now. There's going to be nothing but trouble for government and military high ups alike. They're spilling the beans on shit right now that there's no choice but to be repercussions.
Well, yeah, but you know, I think that was a part of how that algorithm was applied. Is you had to take things to a particular extreme, and then immediately introduce the opposite extreme to get the full effect of a polar reversal.
Trump and Biden. Yep.
Oh no! They fucked with shit they shouldn't ought to fuck with. There was dudes that knew they were gonna do this, and when I tell you this, I'm talking. There was like 3 generations ago, military dudes that were hitting consciousness stuff that knew this was coming and could see into the future, and they prepared us for this.
Probably.
No, I know so. I know so. I had a conversation with my grandfather before he passed. He was 86 years old. I knew he was in the service, but only for X amount of time, you know, at a younger age. But come to find out, he did another 35 years on top of it, stateside.
Hmm.
Yeah. And I'm finding a connection between all the people like me, between multiple generational family shit, and then spec ops boot camp shit. Like I was sent to a specific boot camp as a kid. And
Really?
yeah, and the shit they did to me was mind over matter stuff. The thing is, at the time that they were doing this to us, we didn't know. We just thought we were in punishment getting trained. But now that I'm older and I'm doing the same physical labor, I'm stronger now, and I break shit doing half the load that they were making me physically pull.
So they didn't break your personality, did they?
Actually, no, they didn't. They pissed me the fuck off. For probably about a decade, I thought about going back and hurting a couple of
I
them.
mean, I mean, on purpose, like brainwash.
No, they were trying to brainwash me to comply with the matrix
I
system.
mean, like for real, like MK Ultra kind of shit.
Oh no, it was super soldier program. They stacked us up. No, they stacked us up and made superhuman computers. And me and another military dude sat here and found all the locations across the country. I could show you hundreds of thousands of locations across the world
Of what?
of these buildings where they stack everybody up. They stack them up 2 high, 30 deep, in 3
Bodies?
lines. Oh yeah, yeah, human bodies. They're making a human
You
computer.
can find it on Google Earth.
What? Yeah, I found all the locations because I know what they look like. I
No
went there,
shit.
and then when my grandfather passed, he gave me more information and a patch that was the same shape as the facilities.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm having flashbacks real bad of a super soldier program. We ain't the only species here.
That's nostalgia. There you go.
Oh, dude, I'm having wicked flashback. I'm pissed. Here, how about this? You were hit by a government drive-by. These dudes won't. I'm not trying to be cocky or nothing like that. I don't do anything wrong, so that's another reason why I can say it. It's confidence, not cockiness. But short of murder and bank robbery, them dudes ain't gonna fuck with me. They don't want me in their cell. They don't want to be near me, nothing. But I'm a good guy, dude. I'll help anybody, even if I don't fucking like you and you're in a pinch. I'm gonna help you. You know.
Yeah, man. There's a balance between like, righteously showing and like anger and even beating the shit out of somebody if they deserve it.
Yep.
And
Well,
then
it's
you
teaching them.
can, there's a balance.
I tell you what, some of the most hardcore lessons that I learned in life were from rough dudes saying and doing rough things. Some of the most important lessons in my fucking life were from rough dudes when I did something fucked up, saying and doing rough things. And the thing is, every time I would think, or get into situations that could go rough, I would always think about what them dudes were telling me.
They were conditioning you.
Oh yeah, it was all part of it. I was bred for this from birth. Here, how about this? The denial of Christ is over. Be each. Be yourself. You know where I got that from? I'm not a Bible thumper, by the way. Did I tell you that?
Yeah. I'm taking what you say as being just from an individual perspective.
Listen to me. The denial of Christ is over. Be each. Be yourself. I got that from my birth certificate.
Well, here's.
I'm fucking spun by this shit. I'm spun by this shit so bad that I stay to myself. And I like, if I walk into town into somebody's house and they have animals, their animals are all over me. I can't keep them off me. Nothing. It's fucking wild, dude.
I'll tell you.
Listen, the bad dudes can't even look me in the face. The guys that I know, because I've known them for 30 years, they're evil pieces of shit, drug addicts or alcoholics. They look down at the ground and they can't even look me in the face.
I'll tell you a couple of interesting situations that kind of detoured me just by observational logic. You know, the Christians are talking about the third or the second coming of Christ, right? This is their big revelation, you know, rapture situation. Well, what they don't take into consideration is the easy observation that he was prophesied to come. That means he was prophesied to be born. The Magi went and seen him. That was his first coming. He was sacrificed on a cross, put in a tomb, and resurrected. Wasn't that the second coming? Are we waiting for a third?
Well,
his balls are full, man. He could come a lot.
I'll tell you what, buddy. I'll tell you what. Just from what I've learned, I wouldn't mock any of that shit because you just don't know. I'm just telling you right fucking now. But I do know that when I touch source or consciousness or talk to the creator, whatever you want to fucking call it or however you want to word it, they when I say they, because I don't know, I didn't see what I was talking to. It was a mental thing, and
Yeah, it could have been like multitudes, like
well, listen, that's just it. One of them said something to me about I had a conversation with them about eggs and the chickens and eating the eggs, and it was a female. It seemed like a female that I was talking to, and I wasn't talking out loud. It was all mental, but they said something about eating their babies. And I'm like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do if I don't eat? I'm gonna die. And they said you're gonna have to figure it out. And that was it. That's all I got from that.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. The babies, like, especially when it's raw, gives you the best fucking energy.
Actually, negative. The plants I've already seen. I'm a meat eater. I love my T-bone steaks and eggs. Don't get me wrong. But you will amp up and have more energy doing the plants and sun feeding. I've done it. And when I did, yeah, plant-based. And the thing is, I'm talking natural from the land around you. It doesn't matter where you're at, as long as it's coming from the ground natural. The thing is, when I hit consciousness or ether or source or whatever the fuck it is, when I hit that, I got pictures of it, just like the Incredible Hulk. My muscles swelled up 3 times the fucking size. I didn't get bigger.
On veggies?
No, when I hit consciousness, I don't know. I just want to call it consciousness source or whatever. When I hit the ether or whatever, it's like I was running off a different power source, and my body was huge, dude. My muscle, I could fucking sling 1,200 pounds like it wasn't shit. My fucking muscle, dude, you could see every muscle down to my nipple muscle and shit.
That's like a movie.
Well, if you look at
but I physically train like no other motherfucker. I drag 200 pounds of fucking wood in a sled a mile, dude. After lumping it up a hill and putting it in the sled, I do that daily. I just did it today. I did 2 sleds of 150 pounds for about a half mile to a truck, and then
good for you.
Yeah, but I was still working on a car. I worked on a caddy all day out in the slop snow.
Yeah, I kind of look at the structure of some of the Asiatic culture and
Rattblood, thank you, because I'm actually that cutting loose with that, talking about that is making me feel good, and I'm feeling endorphins in me like I'm really high, but I'm not.
Well, good deal. Good deal. There's nothing wrong with that, man. That's what we're here for, is to experience, enjoy, share, and just be aware, It's just okay to have a different perspective, a different ideal. And even if somebody doesn't understand it, especially the sheeple or the cattle, that's their problem. Broaden your thinking, open your mind, develop some source of knowledge beyond that of the social construct that you've been created to be a part of. You got to get away from that. That's all somebody else's, as a man who is equal to every other man created equally, implying upon you. Well, did you give them that authority? I didn't. I not once did I say, I want this particular government governing me. I want this particular set of laws to be enforced on me. And I want to live under the stringent eye of a society who's going to condemn or ostracize me for being diverse or abstract in their observation. I never complied to that.
Me neither.
I'm nobody's
Yeah.
subject, servant, or slave. I'm not asking permission to feed myself and travel. That shit's fucking done.
Yeah, it has to be, man. Or otherwise, we're going to wind up having to surrender ourselves over to something that is going to be more.
Listen, this is how I'm doing it. But I don't have any wife or children, and my people love and care about me. So the whole county will be pissed and on these guys' doorstep. And it happened the last time they did it. And I walked out of there, $750,000 bond, dude. I walked out of that bitch, and I don't have a job. Explain that to me. The next day, I was rolling up in that bitch with one of the biggest company truck names in the state. They looked at me like, what in the ever living fuck? And they know me. These guys know me because I rode with a biker crew.
Well, one thing that I find profoundly interesting is I don't know if you've ever read the book Caesar's Christ, or if you've ever read like the Tanakh, the Talmud, the Enuma Elish, the Vedas. You know, these are all people who operated their societies under the sometimes a pantheon of gods, generally up until the Semitic Hebrew brought it down to a singular god, and also apparently one of the Egyptian pharaohs, Akhenaten, went against the priest class and declared that there was only one God. And the concept of that and how it was applied and developed into society and how it's come about to be is almost another system of political control on another level. Instead of controlling you physically, it's a type of mental control that will suppress abstract thinking beyond the realm and lines of what there is to think of by the fear of a god or gods or repercussions and punishments from a potential god or a construct beyond the physical. And I've really had to go at this throughout the biggest part of my life, from metaphysics to just general practitioner religions. And
I heard the sorry to interject. I heard the Talmud. I heard that's a pretty wicked book. As far as like Jesus, like how Jesus is burning and shit and piss and or whatever.
oh man, yeah. Once you get past the first 5 books, the Mosaic Law book, and the conduct of what would be considered your general Jew or Hebrew, and you start getting into Noahide Law, the Talmud, and the Tanakh, then you get a whole new perspective on where Judeo-Christianity's come from, how it developed, how Islam developed, why there's tension, why there's conflict. And I don't think a God of a singular set of laws or rules outside of just the ones that are fundamentally set in place in the construct could condone to that, because that's confusion. And to me, my God would not be a derivative of mathematic equations that didn't add up. It would not confuse. And as long as I remove myself from the influence of other humans, unless I have a question, I'm really not confused. I'm pretty content. I like to learn things, but even then, it's got to be applicable, and it's got to make sense, and it's got to be a derivative that can be repeated.
Wasn't that Talmud? Wasn't it written in like the 1800s or some shit?
Prior.
That's what I heard. I think it was like 1800s, something like that.
No, that's more.
Well, first off, anybody that cuts a baby's penis tip off and then sticks the baby's penis tip in their mouth, that's pretty perverse.
Yeah, it's fucking fucked up. Man, all religions are fucked up, man. I
Well,
mean, they come from like brutal, like fucking, like almost like animals, dude. Every religion is started by a bunch of real animals.
well, we're dealing with that right now. Swine horde. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Swine.
I don't know, but they said something like I was in the woods working and the trees screamed at me and I caught something about copper flying at high velocity is bad, does something to time, and something about that that the source was grateful. I walked away from the swine horde.
I heard some stuff about copper recently, like they used it in like steeples or some shit as
Yeah.
some sort of like uh frequency communication of some sort.
Well,
Yeah, they were using it as a natural conductor.
Conductor, that's what I was thinking of.
what's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elohim? What's Elohim mean?
Well, it means gods, plural, not a
Okay,
god, gods.
something about God.
Yeah,
Something about
Elohim means God, right?
yeah, something about the God.
Another one of its thousands names. You know, I've always thought when I wasn't like dragged to Pentecostal church by my ex-drunk mother, she quit drinking and went to this Pentecostal church, and fucking they were a bunch of goddamn hypocrites. But what I didn't understand is what I couldn't get gel with, and I tried to, and they were telling me that if I didn't believe Jesus died for my sins on the cross and was born again, rose again, then I'm gonna go to hell.
Can I enlighten you?
Well, I know, dude. I know all about this, man. It's like all a bunch of bullshit. It's fucking just a way to scare kids, scare people in
All
general.
right, this is what I caught personally myself. Again, I'm not trying to knock anything anybody else does. This is my personal experience in life. But from what source told me was that's all metaphorical bullshit. But there's some of it that's super important, like the
Well,
not lying. Yeah, the not lying. Forcing yourself on people. Like bad intentions in general, like your heart
I mean,
records.
like as far as what Jesus taught and stuff, that should be common knowledge,
Yes.
even without like Jesus, you know.
They said I caught something about that from a meditation thing. Something about I'm one of the ones who did it without a book or some shit. Apparently, I'm like one of the only ones who ever did the conscious thing the way I did it without a book.
What thing?
I don't know, man. I hit some form of a consciousness. It's just like I could see shit, dude. Like
Were
I
you
can
like
see.
meditating or something?
I do. I can. It's wild. It's like I can do it standing up while I'm working and shit. It's crazy.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, it's fucking gnarly, dude. I'm fucking really not in a good place because of it right now. And I don't even like being around people, my own family, everything. And I love my family, dude. When they call for like I was in the middle of doing a Cadillac job and my brother calls me and he's like, "Fuck, man, I forgot wood, dude." And I stopped what I was doing right in the middle of a job in a snowstorm and jumped in a different truck and went down and drug his fucking wood out of the wood.
Yeah, man. Looking out for your bro.
That's what I'm here for. He
My brother's looking out for me, dude. He drives 120 miles. He lives in Western Maryland. He drives 120 miles to take me to freaking neurology appointments. So that's fucking. It's good to have a brother that cares. He didn't used to. Well, he cared, but he just kind of didn't give a shit. When I was diagnosed with MS in 2007, he kind of didn't take it seriously, and I needed him to, of all people, be my own brother, and like he just really didn't. But now that he's growing up, he's a cool motherfucker, dude.
Yeah, I'm from the hood, so bad habits are really fucking hard to shake. I'll tell you that much right now. But
I bet, man.
yeah, again, like there's certain stuff in this place that happens for a reason. It's like you have some control over it, but it's still gonna happen whether you like it or not.
Absolutely. And like sometimes, like even the worst things happen for a fucking. I believe that my disease is for a fucking reason. I just believe that because a lot of shit has happened that has made me me and made me understand a lot of things because of this disease. And it's cool that I don't really have to work at all because I can't. But at the same time, I can still muck around on my instruments. That's my life. So fuck work.
I love jamming, dude. I got guitars in every corner of my trailer. I got like 8 or 9 guitars.
Hell yeah, bro. You got any Taylor?
No, but I got a Dimebag Darrell signature blackjack with an Eddie Van Halen 5150. I play a blackjack. Yeah, I play a blackjack through an Eddie Van Halen. I got that. I usually keep.
Oh, you mean the electrics? You don't play acoustic, or do you have acoustic?
Yeah, I got two. I gave away one, so I'm trying to think how many I got acoustic. I got 2 acoustics right now. I got a custom ESP X-Tone Series X, and I modified it. I took all the electricals out of it, and then I put Oscar Schmidt electricals in it. So I put the best stuff on the market in it, basically, so you don't get no squeal back or nothing like that.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It sounds beautiful, and it's chronic green with gold. So it's a chronic green guitar with gold trim. And then I got right behind me, I got an antique Lotus acoustic that my dad bought when I was like 5 years old.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, I've been playing on this for over 40 years.
Yeah, it makes me
rock and roll.
Makes me want to pick up my guitar sitting there. I haven't touched that damn guitar. It's been sitting there for a while. I've been meaning to pick it up. It's been a long time.
369. Rock it for me one more fucking time. Another thing. Yeah, 369. The pine trees told me that.
I got 3 Cajun accordions here too. One in C, one in C sharp, and one in D.
Well, you know what? I was just learned about the 432 hertz, and
yeah, dude.
Yeah, but I was anal. Listen, my whole life for like 30 some years, 35 years, I was anal about being a perfect 440. I mean, I could feel it. Like if you were off tuning, my body.
Oh yeah, me too, man.
Yeah, I'd be like, that ain't right. And the thing is, I just went to 432 probably 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, something like that. And the thing is, the tuner that I was using to do that just took a shit, and I had to go back to 440 because the other tuner only does 440.
Because you couldn't calibrate it.
Oh my god, it sucks. It fucking sucks.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, dude.
No, I got. Listen, I have a Korg tuner, and I have 2 of them. One of them is a chromatic Korg, and then the other one is for bass and guitar only. The one for the bass guitar and the guitar, it only lets you go sharp and flat. It doesn't let you manipulate the tonal balance. But the other one that's chromatic lets you manipulate it to 432 hertz.
Yeah.
Yeah, here, I'll show you. That one just literally just took a shit, but I've been using these things for like 20 years, dude. This one just took a shit. This is my chromatic one.
Yeah, it's they're one of those. I used to have those little rectangular. Dude, I got a Strobo Plus tuner. It's just like this. It's like a size of an old tape deck. Well, a little bigger than a tape deck. And it's got a screen on it that has a winding wheel that goes forward clockwise if it's sharp, or counterclockwise if it's flat. But it also has a way to calibrate the tuning hertz on it to 432, whatever you want to make it. Unfortunately, I got this one tuner. I got a replacement for it, and it doesn't fucking do that anymore. I don't know why that is, dude.
Well, Rattblood was talking about the frequency a little bit ago. Water memory. That was actually one of the biggest things that I unconsciously did, and I didn't know it. But I quit listening to all music. Like I don't allow radios to be on around me or nothing. Like I'm underneath no power grids or nothing. I can't handle even hearing a generator running. It just bothers me.
So you
And
can't you don't listen to anything?
not anymore. Not unless we're creating it. Like if me and you sit down and create it, yeah, I'll listen to it. But I don't sit there and listen to anything mainstream or anything no more at all. None.
Well, yeah, mainstream is fucking bullshit these days. Well, it's been that way for a long time.
Well, here's the deal. I read an article. I read a document from the CIA that was released, and it was about the mind control with the MK Ultra, and it
Oh
started.
yeah. Yeah,
Listen, it
they
started with
use
the
the rock
fucking.
stars, man. Fucking they
Yeah, it
use
started with the Beatles. It started with the Beatles. Then it
yeah.
went to the Doors. Because the Jim Morrison and all them guys all went to military schools together. And I read that. I read that document on that shit. How they used all them guys. And I was
From
like, oh,
Laurel
what the fuck,
Canyon.
I'm done. I quit listening to music, and then 8 years into no music, I hit some kind of consciousness that was out cold, dude. And
Yeah,
it has,
research
it has,
Laurel Canyon, and you'll see where the CIA was training socially engineered music through rock and roll out of Laurel Canyon, California.
well, all I know is water memory is important because our body is like 90% water, and when you
Uh,
reprogram,
70 plus percent water.
well, when you reprogram your cells to Mother Nature's tune, it's fucking amazing, dude. The birds will start landing on you and shit. It's fucking crazy.
Are you talking 432 hertz or which one are you?
Yeah, 432 hertz. I just
Yeah,
said it.
man, like I gotta tell you, dude, when I first figured that out, like when I found that out, um, dude, I did that and I'm like, it felt like almost like a relief on my whole body and
God.
soul.
And I don't like 440 now. I'm straight up. I don't even want to play my guitar because the tuner's only working for 440, and it feels funny now.
Yeah, man, fucking well, like also it can make some issues if on stringed instruments. But you know, 432 I think sounds best when you have an instrument that is tuned in a way with like an open chord. So I think so you can make perfect chords as well as having that tuning.
I never liked it as a kid growing up, like all the grunge stuff, and I was into Slayer and shit. So anytime I do the drop D stuff, I never liked it. I never liked my guitars in C sharp or anything. It just felt like fucking dog shit. I'm
Yeah,
serious.
man, it's too low for a guitar, I think. Yeah.
I just what I do is I do a 440E and then I hit the flat button once. So I'm doing 440E flat. And it takes just the sharp like edge. It takes like the tonal edge
Oh,
off
you
it.
mean like you tune to a flat then? You tune to E
Yeah.
flat?
Yup. I tuned to a 440E flat. And
Yeah,
then
dude, E flats. I used to tune to that too, man. I was all into Social Distortion back in the day, and fucking Mike Ness tuned to E flat, so I started tuning to that for a while.
you know what I named my band?
What's that?
Distorted Emotions.
Really?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's cool. You have how many people in your band?
None right now. I think the dude might be dead.
Oh shit!
Yeah, he just had a heart attack.
Sorry to hear, man.
It's life, buddy.
Yeah, dude. Fucking life throws some shit balls. Some
He
real
had
shit.
he had a heart attack and was he was last time I spoke to him, he had a heart attack and then was shipped downstate to the big cities. I actually just got done working on his ex-wife's car. So
Oh man, did they say what caused it?
I talked to him. He's old. He didn't take care of himself very well.
Yeah, it sucks, man.
He wasn't a drug or a drinker. He wasn't a drug or a drinker or anything like that. He just, getting up there in age and everything. You know how it goes.
That's what happens.
Yep.
For sure.
Yeah, he had a few more years on me also. I'm a little bit younger than me.
Trying to find my capo. I feel like
Yeah, it's pretty interesting times, Rattblood. I tell you what, I am severely glad that I came back to talk to you. I can't even for the life of me remember what it was you fucking said that just totally turned me off and I left.
It's probably just me being obnoxiously shocking or trying to divert the lesser minded away from my channel so that I didn't have to contend with their nonsense.
Hey, fuck you. Who do you think you're talking to, bro?
no, no, at least you were cognizant enough to get past it. Most of them, once they seen me like eating the mouse, I don't know if you got to see that, but that just completely devastated people. And
No.
the weaker minded.
Here's what's fucked up. Those people you devastated went home and ate chicken nuggets.
Right? Exactly. And it's a contradiction. I mean, you know,
I had a crackhead that got dumped off on me out of Detroit. It was his last stop, literally. That's what I was told. If he fucks up, handle him. I was like, yep. And this dude lived out in the town out here. Yeah, he ran out of fucking food and money and shit, and the money hadn't come through yet to pick up his food. And I'm a deer hunter. I don't eat that shit from the store. You know what I mean? And fucking I'm all fucking gutting, chopping, and processing the deer. And this dude can't handle getting his hands dirty. You know what I mean? Literally, like he's got to keep stopping.
hell.
Yeah, here I am. I'm all done up. You know, I'm done for the day. You know, cleaning and processing a deer, and I come walking up to the fire pit that I had stoked up and everything, and I start throwing a griddle on it and everything. And he, what are you doing? I'm fucking eating my dinner, dude. Oh, I'm hungry as fuck. I ain't eating that shit. I'm like, oh, it sounds like you're gonna be hungry, dude. And I made a big spread, dude, like 2 or 3 things of backstrap, venison backstrap, and I did them 3 different flavors. Yeah, I did 3 different flavors of backstrap. And I get done and I'm sitting there eating with my little dickweed dog and fucking this crackhead and his chick, you know, and they're all prissy and shit. And I was like, oh, you don't know what you're missing. And finally this old lady grabbed a piece and ate it, and she's like, oh my God, this is so good. I've never eaten anything like it. Next thing you know, my food's all fucking
deer
gone.
jerky. Oh my God.
Check it out. My food's all fucking gone. And the next day they're asking me to cook more.
Well, did you hand them a bear bowl and say, here, this is how you work your compound, go get one?
Yeah.
No, the chick that was with him I actually knew from previous years from another buddy. So she knew how to survive, and I just handed her a pack of meat and I went back to work.
See, that's my concern where if I ever had to go in a shift situation, and I really considered, man, I could really use a team, at least one person, but they're such a liability that I opted for the lone, you know, trying to at least survive in some way without having to contend with another person.
I'm going to tell you right now, buddy, I've been doing this for a decade. If it wasn't for having good people around me, it'd be a rough life.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is.
And I'm proud of living the way I live, but I have to admit, you still need your people, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I just recently had to run everybody out of my life because of the circumstances that I'm under and their lack of understanding, their lack of ability to being human over top of a dollar. It just wasn't going to happen. That dollar meant more to them than being compassionate.
I like I said, I've been dealing with some pretty heavy shit the last couple years. But that super soldier shit, they I think that might have been ignited by that voice to skull stuff, because I had a severe problem with it when one of their agents say you were hit by a government drive-by, and I know I'm getting violated by tech and mind raped, and I can't reach out and grab somebody's fucking throat to protect myself. That is some of the most severe cowardice I've ever imagined in my life. And again, like I said, I busted a couple of the groups online. So I went and dealt with it in a professional setting with a whole arrangement of my peers, all the way down to the sheriff. And when that sheriff fucking was done, he was scared of fucking shit. When I start talking about, hey, you took my DNA and now they're violating me with it, we got a severe problem. And I'm trained and certified by the state of Michigan to identify mental illness and pass out medications. So they can't look at me and say, hey, you're fucking nuts when I'm perfectly sober. Oh, yeah, dude. I know all their goddamn games and they're fucking deathly afraid of me right now. I could have these dudes incarcerated for life easily without even fighting and struggling. You were hit
More
by a
power
government
to you,
guideline.
man.
Listen, and what pisses me off is I'm the type of guy, if I know somebody's fixing to get raped, I'm putting my ass out there. I'm going to fuck you up before you get to her, even if you kill me first. And the thing is, to know that I couldn't even protect myself by reaching out and grabbing a dude's neck that's doing that is some bitch made shit. And I refuse to let that part go. That's one thing until the day I die. Now, the thing is, I'm having flashbacks from the super soldier program and stuff and everything else after this issue. And now they're deathly afraid. I think they stepped into some shit they shouldn't have auto stepped into. And I know also with what's going on in our world right now, again, through research and stuff like that, it's go time, bro. And I
Well,
refuse. Well,
I will say,
another
go
thing,
ahead.
I refuse to do it violently. He showed me I've been shown a path how to do this non-violently.
Well, that's kind of the response that would be effective if it was sustainable, and that's kind of what they want to a certain degree. But it's the one who does research and development outside of the realms of what they have any control over. That's the ticket right there. That's the key. Develop defensive technology. Develop defensive algorithms and understanding, and start building. Even whether it be just a listed notes of profiles to build up to some understanding of who, what, and the entity that you're dealing with online, the nature of it, where they frequent, how they act, who follows them, why they follow them, the associations in between, and you'll start finding some relevancy that just absolutely will blow your mind.
I tell you what, dealing with this stuff and point in time right now that we're in, I'm very grateful because I could tell you one thing right now, these people out here on these groups and stuff like that, one thing I want to put out there that's important, your judgment means shit to me. There's one person whose judgment matters, and sure the fuck ain't you.
Yeah, and it's your opinion of yourself that truly, at the end of the day, matters. Can you sleep with yourself and wake up with yourself and still find some type of peace?
With a
If you
smile
can,
and a fucking heart on, dude. I fucking smile so hard when I wake up at 50 years old with a heart on every morning. I fucking stretch, you know.
well, there you go. You know, I've noticed that most of this panel verse and these particular community of channels are filled with a lot of people that are dealing with shortcomings, inadequacies, uh, deficits, mental deficits. Uh, wow, man, it just, and I'm mentally ill, and I know if I'm mentally ill, and there's relevancy to this because the equation comes out that way, and not my opinion. It's fact.
Well, that crazy stuff, that's what they opened up all them asylums for. And luckily for me, I know just the right buttons to touch and not touch because I've also been experienced and done that work for a living. And I like it. It actually makes you feel good. It's good, wholesome work to help the handicapped people. But I also know they poison them people. They fuck them
Yeah.
people up with pharmaceuticals. Oh yeah. They were the first
Oh
round
yeah.
of us. Yeah, they were the first rounds of us that were coming. They were the first ones that were
Yeah.
supposed to go. Yeah, it's disgusting what they did. I look at a guy. I look at a guy that I've been taking care of for roughly 26 years. I think 25, 26 years. And I think of this guy more as a brother, even though he's a vegetable. And it disgusts me to see what they did to this guy because I've watched.
The last time I was in a state mental facility, It was one of the deepest, darkest holes in Indiana. And to this day, occasionally, I can still smell that facility. And the images that I've seen of people so far removed from reality and how they were treated and how they acted, when I get that smell and I relive that moment, man, that,
I'm sorry, dude.
man.
I'm sorry. I tell you what, dude. I've seen some fucked up guys come from places like that. Like family would snatch them up and get them out of there, shit like that. Um, and I've seen a lot of really wild shit in my experience here.
Yeah, I've been into private institutions, behavioral health, transitional, but whenever I finally hit that state hole, that was a dungeon that I didn't even know existed.
What are you doing down? I tell you what, dude. I did it for a facility that took guys out of prison. Now my family ran one, and we had rules with ours. If you got physical, if like a person cracked off and got physical, immediate discharge. Like the state troopers were coming to get them, and they were fucking not coming back. You know what I mean? And then the facility that I worked at after that, because I stepped aside from my family's business because I wanted free reign to do what I wanted to do when I wanted. You know what I mean? Just to be my own individual. You know what I mean? And I've dealt with guys that I had to snatch up. Like these guys that go to get physical, and you literally snatch them up, bend them up, put them in a pretzel, and you hold them. And then you say you stand up. After X amount of time, you stand up, let go, and you let them, take a breath. They go right back at it. You snatch them up again. And
Yeah, this was a pin and inject
yeah,
facility.
I couldn't be in that type of a environment. I would end up boxing with the other employees.
No, it was bad.
Yeah, no,
And I was a patient.
I got morals, buddy. I'd end up boxing somebody seeing that. That's actually why I left. Believe it or not, I watched another staff that was related to the business owner, and I knew it would have just made all life hell if I'd have made issues. So I left. I immediately put my 2 weeks notice in.
Yeah, that was the last.
You inspired me, man. I tuned my guitar to 440, 32.
It's more. Listen, I have to admit, it took me. I fell right into it. It felt really comfortable, but it felt more fluent. I mean,
I
just flat.
just did it right now when I was muted. I tuned it up. It sounds so nice.
Listen, I swear to God, for over 20 years, almost 30 years, I was a 440 stickler, dude. I mean, I was precision on that. I mean, I was anal about it. No drop D, nothing. So for me to do the 432 is a big turn, and it's way better.
Yeah, once you get used to it, it's kind of. I mean, like I did from time to time tune down like that, but you inspired me because I just haven't thought about that in a long time. And definitely is a good tune.
Well, they claim that 430 seconds is closer to the natural frequency of the Earth, the Schumann resonance.
Yeah, dude, that's right. I heard that. It's
Nice.
a nice sounding tuning, man.
Very nice.
432.
Hey, man. Hey, I rescued another shepherd, dude. I got a female shepherd now.
What's that?
I rescued another shepherd.
A shepherd?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I rescued another shepherd pup the other day.
Oh, okay. A dog. Okay, that's wild. Yeah, cool.
Hey, I'll give you a little secret. I'll give you a little secret on these microphones. If you turn them down to like 50%, 60%. It'll clean up the audio on it.
How's the audio sound of this guitar?
It's a little janky, in and out, but it's the clip on the microphone. Yeah, you got to get lower than the clip.
What do you mean? Well, you're a little bit off from 432 because I just tuned this thing to 432, but
no, I'm in 440. I can't get.
Oh, okay. Right, all right. So why did you tune it up to 440 if you're like 432?
Because my tuner's broke.
Oh, that's right. You told me that. My bad memory.
Do you have a cell phone or a smartphone? That was what I meant.
I'm running on a phone
anymore. I mean, I used to have a flip phone, but then they took away 3G, and now I don't have still.
Okay, because there's an app on there that has a tuner. It's a guitar, and it's in Play Store, and it will allow you to tune your instrument into 430 seconds and a couple other different frequencies.
Oh yeah, man! Like there's definitely got to be a lot of apps for cell phones about like that kind of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very easy to get a hold of.
Yeah. What brand guitar is that, buddy?
Lotus.
Lotus. I've never heard of that one.
I know.
That's an older. That was along with the Hammer, the Court, Lotus, and there was a few other brands that were not quite a Jackson, Ibanez, or Fender type of price, but they were still good guitars.
Yeah, I had a Guild guitar acoustic, but they're basically run by Fender, aren't they?
Yeah, I have the guitar that I played on stage I gave to my daughter, but the one that I always use backstage to warm up I've got, and that's an Ibanez Pro with a floating Floyd Rose, and that one was the one I kept.
That's all I use is Floyd Rose, baby. If you ain't got the Floyd Rose, you ain't got shit.
Yeah, I use Ibanez throughout rock and cowpunk and surf punk and all kinds of shit. But I also like the fucking Fender Strat for the surf guitar kind of cowpunk shit too.
I like the Strat design, and I had a one of the it was a Fender Strat, but it was it's one of the newer ones, and I love that guitar. But when I got married to my second wife, I wasn't playing music, and I got rid of all my music equipment. And then
that happens, right?
Sure. Yeah. And I look back and I think, man, that equipment would still be around, even though she isn't.
No, but dude, I have those same kind of regrets, certain, similar regrets like that with fucking bitches.
Really I got that Dimebag Blackjack, and I did mild modifications to it, like just cosmetics, but I didn't deface the guitar. Like the the volume knob, I popped the volume knobs off, and then I custom made skull volume knobs. So now all the knobs on it are skulls.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, dude.
And then like the neck plate up top. You know how they got that little plate over the truss rod?
Yeah.
I took that plate off and I got a steel spider web with a skull spider in the center of that.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah,
We're
and then
right
back
over the truss rod.
yeah, well, here, check this out. Back in 1996, whenever it was, a year before Universal Studio Adventure Islands opened up, my aunt bought me a strap for Christmas, and it's skulls. It's a skull with an eye looking right at you.
No shit.
Yeah, so it's like this bitch is decked out, and it's called a Dimebag Blackjack, and where you plug the guitar cord in, it's got a thing on it where it says "Fear this," and
Yeah, dude.
it came that way, dude. It says "Fear this," and the fucked up thing is where I plug my guitar in on my amp, I got a skull and crossbone above the jag, so it like all went. And I bought all this stuff separate. It wasn't like I planned it this way. It just happened. It was
It
pretty
just
cool.
it went together. Yeah, man. Shit, yeah, dude.
Check this bad bitch out. I fucking love this fucker. I can't believe
So
I
let me
found
put
it.
you. Let me put you center screen so people can
Oh,
get a
yeah.
real good look at that.
Yeah, make it
Look
center.
at that fucking dime bag, dude. Look at that motherfucker, dude.
Oh yeah.
It says "Fear this" above the
Oh.
guitar jack, dude. Look at that shit.
This, dude. Yeah, like if you're on stage.
Check out the custom knobs, dude. They're skulls. The volume knobs are custom
Hells
skulls.
yes, man. Yeah.
Nice.
And you got 2 humbuckers, right?
Yeah, it's a signature dime bucker.
Dude, that's fucking goddamn. That's got to be a fat sound, dude.
Yeah, it's badass. I love it.
Shit, yeah.
But
Dude,
I've always been
guitar, man. Holy shit.
well.
Never
I've always been a dime bag guy. But the thing is, I started off as a little kid. My buddy had the lightning bolt one, so I grew up on that one. And then I went and left Michigan at 18, and I started building Universal Studios. And I went to a place called Thoroughbred Music, and I bought an original Dimebag Dean, but it was a Dean from before Dimebag was famous. Because Dean went out of business, and I just happened to find one brand new on a fucking rack in Florida, and I was like, "Whoa, dude, no way!" So I grabbed that motherfucker. I got it. I got half of it right here. I got into a motorcycle wreck riding with it and fucked it up.
Oh, damn, dude.
Oh, I'm crazy, dude. I ride motorcycles at 100 mile an hour with a guitar and shit.
Jesus Christ, man. Did the other
But
part of the play?
that's my other one that is the same as the Dimebag Dean. I got
That's the motorcycle accident guitar?
Yeah, I busted the body.
Damn, brother. Did the body become a part of your body?
No, I just cracked it. I cracked it.
Did it like was it the break your fall?
Not really. No. They call me Madman. You want to go for a ride?
No.
Check this shit out, dude. I got it on my knuckles, dude.
What? Oh man, that's like a scar from the accident.
No, it's a tattoo. It's a club tattoo.
Oh, okay.
I can't. I'm not gonna. I can't flash that because I carried a patch for a while. So.
Oh, I'm defunct. I've been defunct for over a decade.
Oh man.
I don't participate in none of that stuff. I'm not interested. Besides that, I was never into the 1% stuff. I just like to ride motorcycles and sniff pussy, dude.
Yeah, this is just about respect, brother. That's all.
Yeah, I get it. Well, no, that's what it's for. I call it it's tattooed that way on purpose.
Yeah.
I like to eat a lot of pussy back in my day.
No, bro. Would you? Yeah, but that's just it. When I'm slinging that bird, I could still sling that bird and have my hand on the throttle.
Oh yeah, dude. But what, man? My fucking beard looked like a glazed donut.
Oh hell!
Ain't got no gas in it. Ain't got no gas in it.
You know what that's
from?
That's
awesome.
That's from a movie. That's Dennis Hopper's line. And I've always loved the lines from that movie. It's called River's Edge. It's a good 80s movie. It's like about this dude who killed his girlfriend when he was fucked up or something. and by a river, and Dennis Hopper's in it, and he's on the run too for killing his wife. And he talked about killing his wife. He's like, I put the gun to the back of her head, blew her brains out the front. I was in love. I killed mine. Yeah, dude, you got to see that movie. It's called River's Edge. It's an '80s movie. It's got Dennis Hopper, and I think it's probably one of Keanu Reeves' first movies. He's like a metalhead. They're all metalhead type '80s dudes, you know, with like jean jackets and shit like that, leather jackets and stuff.
Hey,
Right
I
on.
got a modified. Hey,
Crispin Glover's in that. He's funny in that fucking movie. Crispin Glover in River's Edge, man. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
I got another custom guitar that I built. It's a Ibanez Geo with lightning bolts in the neck, and I took the dime bag that I told you I grew up with that my buddy had. It I ended up with it later on in life, and it was broke in half. And I took all the electricals out of it and put it in this Ibanez, and I left it all factory stock electrical. I just took it all out one piece and then put it in this guitar. You want to talk about something fucking sick, dude?
Like a transplant of sorts.
Yeah, and I call it the Dimebanez, and I took all the I just took all the dime bag electrical out and put it all in, and then I put but I went all out and I bought Fender lockout Spurzle tuners because it didn't
Yeah.
have a it didn't have a Floyd Rose on it, so I wanted good tuning. And that bitch is fucking gnarly, dude.
I was like that. I used to kind of work on my acoustics, but I had an Irish bouzouki and Irish cittern, but I play Cajun accordion and piano accordion. Well, not much piano accordion because it's too heavy now, but Cajun accordion I play all the time, and that's a loud motherfucker, dude. But you know, I wish I'd had one in 432. Just to have one in 432. But it wouldn't match anybody else, and there's no way to tune it. You know how to tune an accordion? Have you ever heard how that works?
Oh no, not at all.
All right, so inside the accordion, it's like a harmonica with steel reeds, but they're much more massive than a harmonica reeds. You know, in comparison by size. So when you tune accordion reeds, you have to grind the tip. I use a Dremel with a real fine bit. A lot of people frown on it just because they're purists. I'm just like, whatever, dude. It works better and it's a hell of a lot faster. So if you grind the reed, it's like a tapered reed or a parallel reed, like a rectangle, like the old style ones are rectangles. The later styles are like tapered reeds that are riveted, steel reeds that are riveted to like aluminum plates or lead plates or whatever. And all these reeds are lined up, and each one is a note. And there's one on the top and one on the bottom. So the one on the top is for the push, and the one on the bottom is for the pull of the bellows. And the way you tune these reeds is you have to grind the tip to make it sharper. So it's a destructive process, basically, but it's necessary in order to tune the reeds. So tip to sharpen, and about 3/4 of the way down is the ideal place to flatten. I learned how to do that, and I never let it go of it, man. It's Cajun accordion. It's crazy. I love it.
I tell you what, when I learned how to set intonation on stringed instruments, that's when music really got good for me.
Oh hell yeah, brother. Yeah, man. Once you learn how to
Well, you didn't have any waver in your tone at that point in time. You could hold a perfect fifth,
if you hit your open E and then watch the wave, tune it to open E. When that string hits perfect green in the dead center, you're tuned E open. Then hit the 12th fret E. And if that fucker jumps, if that bitch jumps, then you put it back perfect, and then you check it again up top. If it's fucking out when it's open, then you got to find that in between.
Hey
Yeah,
man,
I
want to hear a Cajun recording? You guys want to hear a Cajun box?
yeah, as long as it don't blow the peak
It's
meter.
It is loud.
Yeah, you might want to. Whoa, you might want to turn the volume down because it's gonna peak out.
How do I turn it down on here?
You got to go to
mic.
Okay, go to.
Here, I'll crack off a little bit. I'll crack off a little bit on some pick patterns.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Edit audio avatars. No, that's for pictures. Can't figure this out. Oh, wait a minute. Settings. I don't really like this thing that much, but all right. Now, wife and what do I select? Rattblood.
What you want to do is you want to go into to more. You want to go into settings. You'll want to go to your mic in settings.
I'm right there.
And then you want to bring that volume down to where when you play the accordion, it comes up to about 3/4 of the way.
With a microphone, microphone, real technical.
Yeah, there should be a slide icon where you can adjust the level.
Oh, shit. No, there's just like little dots that light up, or like gray dots.
Here, let me take care of you. I think I can get you on this end.
I'm sorry. Yeah, this thing's a little bit
Let me see what I can do here.
This is probably one of the loudest instruments you can have.
You gotta hit the echo noise canceling. When you hit that, then the adjuster comes up.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to drop him to a reasonable state
echo
here.
cancellation's checked.
I put mine at like 60%.
Oh, wait a minute. Reduce mic back.
Okay, see what you got now. I've reduced you.
Okay, so loud. Like, want to hear this? Should I try?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Hear that?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
All right. Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, dude, that was something I made up a while back.
I appreciate that, man. There's nothing like sharing the gift of music, man.
Yeah, some Cajun style, like it's
Oh, Whoa! Set your volume back up. I'm sorry about that.
Oh shit! Sorry, brother.
That's but I can
Am I
I
still?
yeah, I was wanting to say that I actually can hear the harmonic tone and sound coming from the instrument, and I'd never noticed that before.
Dude, like with a Cajun accordion, like this one, well, all Cajun accordions usually have four sets of reeds. You got a piccolo bank, push pull is a different note, same all the way up, and then you got a bassoon bank, and you got two mid banks. And the mid bank
Okay, yeah.
is tuned slight. Mark Savoy, the builder of this accordion, tunes the one mid bank, second one in slightly off from the other one. It gives it this kind of a glow. Because when it's tuned on like completely both on the same exact, it has this sound of like a pillow, like it's under a pillow. That was his. That was a good description of how it sounds. And
Yeah.
out like if you tune that slightly off, you can do that and not have to wet tune it, meaning you can tune it off even further and make like what they call beats. You know what that is, like with the wavering. A lot of accordions have that. You know, you'll hear that with the wavering.
Kind of like the vibrato that you use on a harmonica. I used to play blues harmonica.
Oh,
And,
no shit, brother, that's awesome.
yeah, and there was kind of a vibrato that you could actually achieve with it.
So you're a fellow reed player. You played with a harmonica, so they had the same kind of reeds that are basically.
Hey, you know where I'm at?
And the accordion.
Hey, bro. You know where I'm at?
Where, brother?
Reed City, Michigan.
Ah, no shit.
You know, you're not far from me, man. Reed City, Michigan. You're not far from me at all. Just right above me.
Oh yeah? Where are you?
Yeah.
In Big Rapids? You in Big Rapids?
No. You're a little to the east, but you're just above me, not that far away. I'm in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh.
So if I come up through Indiana into Michigan, it only takes one highway for me to get to you.
131.
Yeah, my daughter lived in Ann Arbor and Detroit. Then some of my band members were out of Detroit.
Actually, I've never been to frickin' Ann Arbor. I don't think I've been in Ann Arbor.
Oh, that's a jewel.
Hey, Rattblood, what kind of music you play with your band?
The first band was strictly metal. The second band was strictly industrial. But my personal endeavors have been everything from jazz to blues to just classic rock and roll, all the way up to speed and industrial metal.
Oh, that's great, man. You got like a whole variety there, man.
Well, it started with me learning the theory, procedure, scale modulation, transition, application of scale theory against progression, and how that changed the complete sound to generate a genre type sounding music. And so I developed it as a kind of a resource for if I ever was improvising or ran into a position on a song that I just couldn't feel, I would resort to those resources.
Yeah.
You know a book that you should get and study, it's basic as all get out. But the thing is, it's the foundational work that's important. What it is to get the foundation on your fingers and the formula, and then manipulate it from there. But the guitar grimoires.
I went to Ferguson's Academy of Music.
I've studied out of guitar grimoires for decades. That's my main book.
Yeah, for someone who isn't going to go to school for it or pursue it as a extension to their career, yeah. I've seen the Guitar Grimoire and many other uh, self-teaching books and books on theory and modulation, all the different scales and applied scales. But I actually had to go to Ferguson's Academy, and I wanted to learn in a more in-depth way to expand my abilities to play music, man.
Yup,
been-
I love mine too. I was half tempted to bust out the Eddie for a second, but I don't feel like dragging that big motherfucker. I don't know. I almost feel like doing it, but I almost don't. That's a big fucking amp, dude. 412.
I couldn't read music because I have strabismus, and it makes I had to basically read kind of with one of my eyes was kind of dead, but it wasn't. And it's right now it's my dominant eye, because the other eye, my good eye, is dead because of optic neuritis via MS. So my point was that what the fuck was my point? God damn, what were we talking about?
Theory, reading music, and self-taught.
I can't. My point was I can't read music.
I do it by tablature. I do it by numbers and dots.
Yeah, chords and stuff like that. Yeah, just the knowing where you are, and then going along with it. Yeah.
Hey, Rattblood.
Yeah.
You want to see a super fucking rare one that I'm doing
Okay.
right now? And I went ham on the motherfucker with a roofing knife, but it's fucking sweet. And you probably
Okay. Let me
it's
get you
probably
center
been
stage.
20. I bet unless you're an unusual individual, I bet it's probably been 20 or 30 years since you've seen one.
Let me see if I can get you a little layout here.
Hold on, my camera's fucking. I carved a 3-dimensional spider web. It's carved. So I'm gonna sand that all down and then repaint the base of it black again, and then I paint the grooves later. But it's a Kramer hammer slammer.
That's awesome.
Nice. Very nice. Good work, man.
That's 3-dimensionally carved. I did it in the neck too, at the top where the tuner knobs go. It's got spider web too. Check this out. A dude from Liberty Riders gave this to me.
That's pretty awesome.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, dude. I didn't do that. Hey, I didn't do that design. The dude did. He gave it to me and it was painted black with some kind of white fucking thing on it. All I did was carve the white out.
Wow.
And that's an actual Kramer hammer slammer, dude.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. You know, the thing that I ran into is I grew up playing a Gibson Strat, and it was when it gets this straight, it's a Les Paul, Gibson Les Paul, heavy, giant, monster, fucking weight, and no tremolo. It had a thin neck, good action, but you couldn't really get past Jimmy Page with it. You know, you could play a lot of the older rock, but once the '80s came in and the tremolo became a signature sound, I had to redevelop into like the Strat or some of the more custom designs with the Floyd Rose is what I chose. And man, I had a real difficult time going from the Les Paul style guitar to the broader neck guitars with the tremolos on them, and that was a hard transition when I was learning guitar.
Yeah, having a wider neck can be like a jump.
But once I understood and was able to stretch my reach and became more accustomed to it and got a feel for accenting with the tremolo and started developing an understanding of the effects that I was using, and this is as I was developing as a young musician, I that's when I would say I really got a niche for being able to play, and then playing with other people, writing, composing, collaboration, improvising by scale call or progression call. You know, it was it was quite the journey, man. It really was.
Yeah, brother. Man, like it's always good to have music memories, man. I gotta say, that's the thing that keeps me going, or just memories of all the good times with music, and hopefully future good times.
Rock and roll ain't noise pollution.
Right, right. I got you on that, man. I feel you. You know.
Hey, I got the Eddie out.
Well, so I think that's where the generation that is kind of in this digital social media range, I think a lot of them didn't grow up or weren't subjected to the same concept of sex, drugs, rock and roll, and that being a lifestyle. And now it's kind of taboo. You know, if you mention um, drugs, you know, well, fuck, no, 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 or boozing it up. Nope, 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 you know, rock and roll, oh, that's outdated. And then you start looking around and you're like, well, what'd you keep? The sexual promiscuity? Because you ran that in the fucking ground real quick. Give me the drugs and the rock and roll. Fuck your freaky ass promiscuity. Fuck. Not into it, man.
All right, we are. We're fucking hot, dude.
And I never lost that spirit, man. You know, that's what I was inspired by. It's what my drive in life was, you know. Some of the idols that I had were some of the more severe and extreme partiers, and that's what their music was based around. That's the image that I projected. That's the lifestyle that I felt comfortable with. And I wrote it, and I still have not got off that horse. You know,
Hey, can I throw down a hardcore blues lick?
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Go, I'm working, and you know it. You do not stick your head between my guitar. You know it.
Yeah. Kick it. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Now, do you ever get into any of the Delta Blues slide, dobro tuning?
I do, but I'm not that good at that. I have a 1942 Oahu slide lap steel guitar that my grandfather.
Oh my God.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
I got it in a case.
Oh.
I got to get my grandpa. I was doing a roof for my grandpa in like 2000, 2001, and I got it from back then. He had it in a yard sale, and I seen it on the roof, and I was like, "Take that out! I want that."
Right. I had a couple guitars before I took off as a nomad that were built for slide, and I've got a custom slide. I did keep the custom slide because you can wear it as a ring. But man, sometimes I'll plug in on YouTube some of that Delta Blues slide, deep, you know, kind of I guess a swamp slide, you know, and man, that's still got a good feel to it.
Can I crack off? Let me crack off a fucking rhythm once. I do a really wild speed rhythm sometimes if I can get in a good rut.
All right.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, man, still got some rock and roll in his soul. Gotta appreciate it.
Oh, I could throw it on if you want, but it doesn't feel right now. Something sounds off.
I used to play punk rock back in the 90s. That was my shit. And I started playing
I
Irish.
was I was 15. I was 15 years old, and I went to Michigan State Theater and watched, or Kalamazoo State Theater. I'm sorry, and I watched Sepultura, Fear Factory, Fudge Tunnel, and
Right on.
Biohazard. Biohazard, I think. There was two other ones I can't remember, but then I went and seen Slayer immediately after that with a whole bunch of other dudes. And then I went back another year later and I watched
Wasn't
Sepultura.
that around the Reign of Blood?
No, Chaos AD is when I went.
Chaos AD? Okay.
Yeah, they
Okay.
were. I think Divine Intervention was the one that I went and seen with Slayer live.
Okay.
I
So I have a friend of
caught the
mine.
beginning. I caught when Slayer was. I think it was Divine Intervention that I went and seen Slayer on because I caught the very beginning of their tour and the very end of the tour, and I watched Slayer twice in 1 year.
Awesome. Yeah, a
I
friend of
got to see
mine.
Hey, I got to honestly go see Dimebag Darrell before he fucking died. Before he was before Pantera broke up, I got to go see him. And
Nice.
I was on fucking Tether, dude.
Nice.
Yeah. So I can honestly say I seen Dimebag live before he died.
There's a place here in Fort Wayne that a friend of mine, whenever he left serious music business, he came back and he still played the circuit. And he played all the Indiana local circuits, Chicago, Michigan, Ohio, and he was wound up. He went to a place called Pierre's, and he wanted his after he had left, his professional career, he got to open up for Slayer at Pierre's in Fort Wayne, and he said that during his whole career playing out, he never felt so intimidated as when he had to open for Slayer. And I thought, wow. But he got to party with him and hang out and shit, man.
Yeah. I actually got the signature of Igor, the drummer from Sepultura. But to me, it wasn't nothing. We were hanging out waiting for a fucking ride to go home, and my buddy's like, "Hey man, let's go over by the bus. Maybe we'll get a signature." And sure as shit, we stood over there, and they come out, and we got their signature.
That's what Adam said. They were good guys, man. I never met them. I never was in that scene because I was in the industrial scene, the Chicago Rust Belt scene. But
I talked to Hanneman for just a split second, but we were kids, dude. He literally turned his back to us. He's like, "Hey, what up, man?" And just kind of turned his back and got on the bus. Then we talked with the three dudes from Sepultura, all but the singer. Max wasn't in the group. It was Igor and one of the guitarists and the bass player, and I got their signatures on the ticket.
right, Ricker's band was sharing a green room with them, so that's how they got to talking. They were sharing the same green room at Pierre's.
1992. 1992, I want to say 92 or 93.
Hey, Michigander, can you play some blues?
Yeah.
I got some lyrics.
I really only know the some of the pentatonic stuff. I just learned some basic stuff for exercise. I'm kind of beyond that, but I can sing some blues. I know a little bit of funky blues stuff.
This song's called Trump Overdosed on Fentanyl.
Ah, you know what, dude? Listen, it's so hardcore with that shit that right now, streaming through Fedbook, you can see there's comedian music dudes getting on there making songs going, it's the CIA putting fentanyl on all the drug, stealing all the kids, giving it to their pedophiles, FBI thugs. I'm like, whoa, dude. And they're posting it, and Facebook's letting it up there.
Well, we were allowed after the new administration come in to have a bit more leniency in our speech. I do appreciate that.
I'm not a criminal. I'm not a rapist or a thief, so I just don't worry about them. To me, I act like they don't exist. I was driving down a back dirt road today with a truck that I don't have the title for, and there's no tags on it. There's only like a little piece of the bumper even left. And fucking, no, I'm dead serious, dude. Like this truck ain't even got no fucking brakes, bro. And fucking, I was driving it on the fucking road, and I passed a fucking sheriff as I'm going to pull in the driveway that I got to pull into, and this sheriff's out stalking, and I'm like, oh fuck.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
That's never good.
Why? I got a right to free travel.
Right, but even law enforcement at this point in time is kind of concerned about their future in law enforcement,
Yeah,
and they're being held under scrutiny at this point in time.
It doesn't matter. I refuse to pay it, and if they kidnap me and steal my vehicle without me committing a crime, they're gonna have a severe problem. Because the first time they put me in a cell, I'm not signing nothing, and the first time they bring me any of that poisonous food, I want people arrested for attempted murder. You try to feed me experimental poison food, you piece of shit motherfuckers.
I tell you, after the opposition and the way that I've seen the judicial system conduct itself with my son, I've done some pretty extreme and probably could be detrimental things that I felt were justified because of the mannerism, the lack of judicial order and justice that they showed in certain situations. You know, not saying that my son did anything good or right, but they made an example out of him in such a way that, you know, it affected me and my family because of the conduct that they allowed to ignore from law enforcement, from the prosecution, from the jury, you know, and it was a court case, and I'm accepting the judgment, and I'm dealing with it. But I've seen some displays of complete grotesque abuse of authority.
Yeah,
And
listen, I'm not for police, but we have rapists, murderers, and thieves out there that are just not gonna fucking be good to people, dude. And they, you know, and good people don't deserve that shit. So there's where your form of policing comes in. But when you're extorting people because a piece of paper is expired, then fuck off, dude.
yeah, it was my mother spent over $120,000, and it did not do one iota against the reduction of his sentence or his treatment.
Yeah. I'm more talking about the extortion road pirate shit in the side of the road. I mean, they're getting so bad now. I mean, but then
Oh
again,
yeah.
well, here's the deal too. Like if you watch a lot of this cop stop stuff, you got these thugs that run around in groups and shit, and these 5 dudes that are getting pulled over on this video, they might be clean during the stop, but the day before they might have beat the shit out of 2 grand ladies at the grocery store stole their purse. And
Right.
that's why the cops are watching them because they kicked the shit out of grandma the other day. You know, I've seen it. I've dealt with it personally. I fucking
Yeah,
dude.
I'm not justifying anybody's criminal actions.
Yeah, but
You
the
know,
thing is, the cops are to the point, like I said, to where, okay, you're pulling a guy over that's got, a rough vehicle. He's busting his ass working, and you know it, and he don't have much, so you extort him for the last little bit he's got, and then steal his vehicle.
yeah,
Come on, yeah, come on, man, come on,
Man,
man.
yeah, that turns them into a criminal at that point in my
Yeah,
book.
yeah, and I refuse to comply now. And the thing is, like I said, I won't sign nothing. I'll just keep screaming. You kidnapped me. You stole my property. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're out of your mind, you brainwashed Nazi. I'm not.
I hope they can shovel out a lot of the Trende Aragla or whatever the fuck. I hope ICE and whatever can get them out, but man, it's like a explosion of roaches.
You don't think that was really fucking O'Biden, do you? You don't think Trump could let that shit be done under his name, do you? No.
No.
That election was stolen from that dude. That was done on purpose, dude. It's okay. Listen, I'm watching a severe reverse form of brainwashing. The only thing that is a concern is, like you said, but to be perfectly honest, why don't you let the military dudes that are trained for that have their target practice? They already warned them and told them to go home.
Yeah, man,
Right?
they're having a standoff at the border, aren't they?
I don't know. No, they've been telling them that for about a year.
Well,
I could tell.
dude,
Listen. The
I
Navy
just
SEAL.
saw.
Listen to me. The Navy SEAL dude that wrote the books for the Navy SEALs in the '80s has been giving a warning to these immigrants and others alike for the last year, openly on YouTube and Rumble. And their bottom line, the military vet spec op guys are literally telling these guys, "Look, go home while you still can."
Well, you should see the footage, man. There was a standoff at the freaking, and the fucking over the border. They're trying to have drones with bombs.
Well, I can send you probably about 15 links right now with spec op military guys that are outing other spec op military guys that are working for the cartels. And they're literally out in the CIA saying, no, this is not the Mexican cartels. That's fucking Rangers and this guy, this guy, this guy, because they know who it is. They work
Well,
for them.
I will say that they did actually give access to the Epstein files.
Well, I'm just telling
Those,
you what I know for sure. Listen, I'm only telling you stuff that I can send to you. Like literally, I can go get the fucking links and send it to you right now, where they're openly saying that it's not the Mexicans, it's a CIA. And what did he say? There was 3 specific Rangers that they outed the name of openly.
yeah, I have
Seriously,
no
it's crazy.
doubt. I have
Yeah,
no doubt.
I'm just telling you open source information, dude. I swear to God.
But I'm just letting you know that they promised those that releases that information for so long, and it was kept suppressed. And it has to do with human trafficking, and you know what happens at the border and through different networks.
Yes,
And
sir.
for them to release that, you might be able to tie in some people, identify some people, connections. I mean,
You didn't catch the really deep part of that, did you? You know those 2 ships that they sent on the East Coast and West Coast during COVID? Remember those
yes,
ships yeah, why didn't they show the inside of those? They showed all the goddamn hospitals. Why didn't they show the inside of them ships and the people in it?
right.
That's because they were bringing people out of tunnels, bro. There was experiments coming up out of the ground that had never seen light, and they took them out in ships to see so nobody could see them. That's for Epstein shit. It's like you know, clone shit and stuff like that, experimentation. Like they
That's
literally
an
took them. It's disgusting.
abstract look at it.
It's disgusting, dude. It's bad.
Trying to like breed humans with animals and shit.
Yeah, yes, bad. It's bad.
Crazy. Yeah, that's dark.
Well, you got humans that were born underground, never even seen daylight and shit, and they're actual humans. They were bred in a program, and they're that's from what I'm to understand. That's most of what went on that ship.
Shit.
But
Busker,
listen,
you got a guitar near you?
yeah, I can reach out right now and grab a dime bag blackjack, brother.
Yeah, dude, you fucking rock on the guitar. I gotta say, man.
Well,
Who's
I'll
g-
be honest with you right now. I'm struggling a little because my tuner is broken. I'm stuck with a different tuner. So let me try to do a little pluck real quick and see what I can get.
who's got some blues?
Sound good, man.
Well, my amp is acting up. Hold on, I'm losing my effects channel.
Buster, can you play the blues?
Mildly. Maybe a little bit on the
Oh yeah. This is a song about a guy named Donald.
Go on, keep going, man. You about got
Let
your
it
voice
flow.
to it, man.
Keep flowing.
Here, let's go some old school for Rattblood. This one here is some old stuff. It's called Hiroshima. It's some ancient Japanese shit, 16th century.
The old Japanese man looks up at the mountain and thinks to himself, that is life.
Man, that's good shit.
Climbing to
Good
the
to see you.
mountain.
That's a Hiroshima.
Good to see you. I'm good humored. Definitely.
You got some
Definitely,
old
KG.
school blues? Old school blues? Some real
That other one
groovy
was
shit?
the other one was root blues.
Metallica blues? All right, what about Roadhouse blues?
I don't even remember that, dude.
He got too much metal in him. Yeah, he'd have to detoxify some of that metal out of his system to get down to some Delta blues. He's still.
I'm a metal guy, dude. I'm a metal
You know, JG, if he was to ever learn the rhythm of the train that you understand, and that yeah,
What about it?
he'd have it down. Just throw him on a train,
Oh, well, that's
you brother.
nothing. It's
The
Yeah,
coolest, the coolest train beat you ever heard is
no, that's a locomotive. Well, if it signifies one thing, this is one of the whitest individuals that I have encountered beside myself.
What?
You know, I've actually played some Robert Johnson, some Hendrix, some Howlin' Wolf, some Muddy Creek. I mean, you know, yeah, I've even went as far as, you know, played some of the
Alright, Mr. Gator. Busker, can you play some blues? Let's have a battle here.
I can play a little Cajun blues, but
Oh, all right, I got some lyrics.
good shit.
You can definitely tell an enthusiastic metal player. You can always tell.
Play some polka. Yeah, all right. He starts playing metal.
Hey man, I never said I was no fucking blues player, man.
Yeah, man. Dude, I asked you like 10 times if you could play blues, and it goes right to Metallica style fucking metal.
And he's using the pentatonic scale, which is even more amazing. He's
all right, Buster, you got this, man. We're making history here, man.
It's just good to see that there's still talent out there, man. For me, it's refreshing to see that art is not completely dead.
Yeah.
What?
You know, I had such a fear that whole genre of guitar style, that technique, that aggression, that pure rebellious state of music was going to be lost in between the crevices of time somewhere.
Fuck no, they're fucking pooters, dude. I got all kinds of crazy shit, dude.
Right, we do, but I mean, we're looking at millennials and Zoomers and
Yep.
those they have. You think they're sitting around playing Metallica or
Are you kidding me?
Judas
My little
Priest
shitty
or
ass punk ass fucking nephew turned and looked at me like a month or so ago at a family fucking dinner. I'm playing a guitar, and he turns and looked at me. He's like, "Plenty of wasted time, huh?" And I looked at him. I was like, "Boy, I dedicated my life to that. You have no idea."
Yeah,
And
man.
well, that's
I
just
went right
it.
back to playing. I went right back
They're
to playing.
writing they're writing songs on their smartphones now,
Right.
and they have there's everybody has a small studio anymore.
Buster, you down or not?
I don't know what key are you playing.
Ah, just
B.
just let the
I
funk
want.
flow, man. Just play some blues.
Yeah, there's
I've
some. I forget.
only got a diatonic accordion, man. So
Yeah,
7
actually, I
major
got.
scale. It's only 10 buttons on this fucker.
I don't know if the bottom is tuned right, but that's a crazy one I made for a band a long time ago, man. But that bitch is crazy. It's like a weird ass fucking pick from a harp mixed in with a blues chord.
Yeah, I do that thing. What were you picking earlier? That sounded really good, man. Flat
Um,
pickings. And
I don't I do a old pick pattern that's lost. It's that 3-6-9 shit. I don't even know how I don't really even understand how I do it. It's got a technique from a guy called Troy Statina in it for pick economy. It's just something that I do. I don't even know how I do it, dude.
Well, there you go. He's using the seventh. Yeah, anytime you throw that seventh in there, and you can minor it out with a seventh, you're going to get that blues sound. And then if you're using a full seventh, you can add a nine with your pinky, and it's a little bit of a stretch on a bar chord, but it'll give you a really eccentric blues sound, deep blues.
Actually, I jumped from a specific pattern on that to another one to give it like a longer jump, and it's pretty bright. It's actually really crazy. I played a big place in Grand Rapids. They'd come get me and my drummer for fill-in spots when people wouldn't show up.
There you go. Hired gun.
Well, we'd go to a place called the Radio Tavern, and a lot of famous people started there. But they'd come and get me because I was only a couple blocks down the road. So they'd come get me and my drummer. We'd fill in spots with another dude. But I wrote that for that show, and
Awesome.
yeah, it's pretty bright. I don't know if I can do it on this or not, but I'll give it a shot.
And just remember, as long as you
I'm trying to remember that.
yeah, you can still hear the diminishment in the transition in the seventh place to it, man. And that's an actual really interesting. It's a really interesting state of progression because you're actually adding a couple of notes in there that adjust and play off of each other from the seventh. And Hendrix used that a lot.
It has to do with that vibration thing. If you put it to one of
Yeah,
them,
yeah. As long as the intonation's correct, then you're going to get the proper vibrato off of those two notes accenting against each other. Kind of like dropping from a major to a minor to a seventh to an augmented seventh.
well, I'm a weirdo too, dude. Like over the decades of practicing with different rhythm techniques, I'll veg out on the rhythm techniques, but what I'll do is I'll watch the string vibration and I'll control the rhythm by the vibration of the string, not necessarily the finger pick. And it's fucking, I can come up with some wild stuff, dude.
Good deal, man. I'm just glad to see that the art's still there, that people still appreciate it. I'm just saying.
Axis, you got a guitar?
Yeah, I do. Matter of fact, I've got everything across the room here, but
Play some
brother, I
blues.
haven't
Somebody,
taken
for
my.
fuck's sake, play some blues.
Oh shit! Yeah, I'll load in one of my. I had a 1967 Fender Strat that I wrote this song with, and if you want to hear some blues, I'll load this into my media, and I'll let you hear. I'll let you hear some blues that I've done, and I don't generally. It was a pun against OTW, and I'd written it a long time ago when I was learning some backwoods blues. So let's see if I still got it here. Hunt it down amongst these files. I got several hundred songs in this that I've written. Some of the earlier works that I've done, all the way up to the last digital stuff that I was doing.
Well,
But it
before you
should be
play
in
that,
here.
Busker, can you play some blues? Come on, Michigander.
What?
That's never been my thing, really, man.
Man, this sucks.
I mean, it was whatever.
What the fuck?
I don't know who the fuck that was.
I'm gonna rip a lick. I like that crisp. That's crisp. It's clean. Does it sound alright on that end, or does it get warbled?
Nah, it sounds good. I'm surprised that StreamYard usually fucks things up with instruments, but it sounds pretty decent.
I turn it down to like 50 or 60%, and that's how I get it. I watch that clip thing. If you watch that clip meter, if you're touching the top, it's too much, and it'll sound bad.
Yeah, I gotta figure out. I didn't see any way to adjust it.
Well, I'm sure Rattblood understands what clip is.
Oh yeah.
So when your meter peaks out.
Yeah, that's right, man. That's flipping. It's never good.
Fuck that all up.
Pretty good though, bro.
What's that?
Pretty good though. Pretty decent.
I actually learned to do it with one hand. I don't even do it with two hands like Eddie does it. No, I was practicing one day and I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck?
You were saying that you were doing the first part one-handed?
Yeah, just my left hand.
Can you put it on video? I want to see that shit.
I use the other two fingers. I use my hand to deaden the strings around it.
Holy shit, dude, that's new to me, man. That's pretty wild. Fucking A. I didn't even know that was possible, but like, yeah.
And then if you throw the other hand in there, it gets even better.
Yeah, that shit, it's fucking wild, dude.
How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice. I really like my fucking metal though. Like if I get down with some speed metal, I can come up with some crazy ass shit. Don't even feel right. I fucking love this guitar, dude. This bitch is bad.
Well, hey guys, I gotta hop off, but thanks for having me up. I access if you can hear me.
Yes, absolutely. Anytime, brother. Anytime. I appreciate having you.
Yeah,
I just blew this dude's cookie.
I'll come up another time when I see you streaming. So long as there's no undesirables that I know.
Listen, I
got you.
told you once, don't talk to me like that.
Nah, you're good. You're good. I'm talking about a slew of other bugs. But
No, you're more than welcome, man. You're more than welcome here.
yeah, cheers, Rattblood. I
You
appreciate
take
it.
care, brother.
Okay, Rattblood. I have to say, I learned the last couple of years you run across people and pick things up from them for a reason. And the one thing I did pick up from Peckerwood Cage was the time for bumping guns is about done. We got to start doing stuff. But to be perfectly honest, the only way I'm seeing doing that is to lead by example. Shut your fucking mouth and do it. Anybody that gets in your way, look, fuck you. You know. Where'd you go?
Okay. I was going to play JG a tune, but that's all right. Yeah, you're definitely keeping with the original tradition of the rock and roller, man. And there's a lot that I can find appreciative in that. You know,
Um,
I really hate to see that be lost.
to be honest, I like almost all aspects of it. I like building it. Then I like picking up a guitar that somebody has that doesn't tune right and like just adjusting a couple screws and making it perfect tuner. You know, shit like that. I like doing that.
Right.
Yeah, I get comments from people. Like I'll tinker with the guitar for just a couple minutes to get it tuned. Then I'll play the fuck out of it for a minute, hand it back to them, and I'll leave. Then the next time I show up, they'll hand me that guitar again. They'll be like, "Hey man, do that again."
Right. And I like to think that in some manner of, even if it's abstractly diverse, that they can at least deliver something of value. But then
Bro, we're free.
they
They
got to
already
be
got it.
given a chance.
Bro,
And
we're
if they
we're
blow it, go ahead.
the,
Go ahead.
the way that I see it. Trump made some fucked up ass comments about living by the original Constitution and shit. And the way that I'm seeing it right now, whatever the fuck they got going on, they already got their fucking automaton. If you're living right and everything like that, you're already free. You just got to ignore that dumb shit.
Yeah, I just like to think that I like to seek out anomalies, things that stand out in a peculiar way, but are still constructive, or I can still get some type of knowledge base of. And I think those who can't keep up with the changing times and can't keep up with the development of self and the change that's going on around them become self-consuming, and they want to take everybody with them.
I I don't know what to say about that, bud. I honestly don't because I've had bump-ins with military dudes even, and they've made comments and stuff, and some of them good, some of them bad. But it's like I stop and think about it. It's like, what in the fuck are you thinking, dude? I just don't get
Mm,
it. I'm serious, but again, I'm also dealing with some pretty heavy shit, personally. So
right.
most guys would lose their cookies. Most guys would lose their shit, wouldn't be able to handle it.
Man,
I I have to admit, for a second there, I was on the cusp. For a second there, I was having issues. And I was on the cusp, but then I found out it wasn't me. It was technology.
adapting to this, I think for pre-millennial, unless you were involved in computer technology in some way or another, was a hard adjustment. But once it was being introduced into smartphones, um, gaming, and scholastic teaching, there was a whole gap of a massive generational gap of understanding technology, and it's going to take it's going to take some real serious adjustment to build an infrastructure within the United States based off of that.
Well, I can tell you one thing right now. I watched all this shit come into play. Everything down to the phones, all the way from going from no cordless phones to having cordless phones, beepers, all the video games from start to finish. And the thing is, I remember being roughly 14 to 15 years old. I'd say somewhere in there, maybe 16. And I come walking into a bedroom that me and all my buddies sat getting drunk in, playing guitar and playing video games in the hood. And that's all we did was BMX, play video games, and play guitar. And I come walking in the room and I sit down and we're getting drunk, drinking Jim Beam and shit. And fucking, I'm playing guitar And I look over and my buddies are all up into this video game and they're fucking, they were like just consumed by it. It's like the video game sucked them into them, right into TV. They didn't care about nothing else. And that's all that mattered. And the thing is, I watched them go through all the video games. And the thing is, I grew up that way. That was a big thing in my family. Every new video game that came out, we got. So I understand the programming naturally. I can see it. I could see the algorithm a mile away. You know what I mean?
Well, I wasn't subjected to video games. I was subjected to computer technology, especially in the realm of music. And I never seen I never seen anything in video games that held my fascination. But when I could synchronize music and build wave tracks and critique wave tracks with editing, I could adjust the waveforms. I could apply, normalization, quantizing. I could have changed pitch, depth, tone. Jeez, man, it was like a whole new world in concept of playing music. So it was a tool to my musical advancement, but I never bought into the video game.
Well, I
And
grew
I'm
up.
glad.
I grew up with it, so it was kind of like a family staple. But I didn't. I was, again, I was in the city and everything. Raised in the city. My dad was a heavy factory guy when I was a baby and everything.
The one thing that I will say did play a kind of a part in the development of me working with music and technology together was it was very difficult to work with that type of technology in any belligerent state. So alcohol wasn't necessarily the staple that we used. We used other type of mood altering substances to really get us into that state of mind where we could focus in on the sound with such a crisp understanding of it and not that distorted, blatant type ACDC 3/4 chord power, just raw. We wanted the technical aspect of how far we could push sound. But we were always open for after parties, you know.
I like after parties.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Many a green room experience, and yeah, it was enjoyable. But I suppose I was fortunate enough to be in a genre of music that required some intellect, technological understanding and learning, computer technology understanding and learning, and synthesizer development, sound engineering. Those things were staples in industrial music. Bless Father Al Jorgensen. But I always kept too off that metaphysical and kind of theological side to myself that I was, kind of developed my songwriting and my approach to music. I didn't want that to go to waste whenever there was such a niche for it within the music we were creating.
I grew up with all the local bands. Like I was like 13, 14 years old running around with my buddies and we were trying to sneak in the back door at the places where his cousins were playing. And they were known they were known throughout the state. Like you could look up these names like for 30 years. They're still going now. They actually just kicked him out the band. He was crying to me a month or so ago. They just kicked him out of the band again. And they're blood relatives, Indians. Fucking, I grew up with pure blood Indians. They don't really like white people that much.
I know.
They'll fuck them though.
I know.
Anyway, fucking but anyways, fucking no. I grew up with Indians and shit. The thing is, it's like I was like 8 years old, 9 years old. I was running the hood with these Indians, and I got
Cutting
arrested.
out a bit, brother.
Huh?
I said you were cutting out there for a bit.
I grew up with Indians. My best friends that I grew up with in the hood were Indians. We were like 8, 9 years old, running the hood and shit at 8, 9 years old. And like we go to the river and stuff, run up and down the river and hang out with the bum camps and shit like that. So I learned all the hunting and fishing stuff young, dude. I was on the Grand River most of my life as a kid. I grew up on the Grand River.
Yeah, I don't think everybody gets to experience certain freedoms that we were had available to us growing up under the time that we grew up under. There wasn't quite the potential for danger, and we were pretty witty little kids. I mean, you know, if something didn't feel right, we pretty much picked on it and could determine that let's just go the other way. You know, this is not a cool thing, and we just kind of developed, man.
I'm
You know,
grateful.
I was talking to my surrogate dad, and you know, even he was discussing with me. He says, you know, after everything that you've done, he said, I did not know that you were as intact with your mental faculties to survive some of the things that you've done. And he said, you know, I was always kind of hesitant about that. And I thought that was a really cool compliment.
Sorry about the dog noise. I got a dog.
That's all right. Yeah, I'm getting ready to I'm getting ready to get my new service dog back in.
Yeah.
It's time for me to acquire a new service dog, and hopefully this one stays with me for at least maybe 8-10 years would be nice.
Yeah, I get about 12 years out of my shepherds. I get roughly 12 years out of them. From pup to burial, I get about 12 years.
Well, when I get my service animal, they're usually late teens, and they've been trained.
Yeah, I do all my own training. I do all the hand signs and all that goofy stuff. I just do whatever. Yeah, I let the animal. I really work with the animal because not all training works the same with all animals.
No, I specify German commands, and I have to spend time with them and work with them so that they become accommodative to my needs.
Yeah.
And then once,
oh, sorry,
go ahead.
I had a lady sent me a message 2 days ago, asked me if I wanted a dog, and I just rescued a dog from her the year before. I got a shepherd that I rescued from about 5 to 8 miles from here. And then this lady messaging me again after trying to sell me the dog when it was first born. She tried to sell me one. And then she calls me 2 months later and asked me if I want a pup. And I kind of didn't really want to do it, but she said it was a female, and she sent me a picture. So I fucking ran and got this pup, but I've been in heaven since I got this pup, man. She's right on it. She sticks right to me naturally. I'm good with it, dude. It was a good choice.
That's awesome.
Well,
awesome.
I like them better than guns. I personally like having shepherds around me better than guns.
My only companion when I was out on the road was my service animal.
Yep. I traveled
And
the U.S. like that. Hey, I traveled the
yeah,
U.S. 10 years, yep, with a dog named Wussy, a German Shepherd named Wussy.
mine was named Stella.
Yeah.
And man, sometimes my heart grieves for that dog.
Yep, I feel you. I had mine with me till the end. He was walking on his front legs, and when he started losing his facilities, I went and stayed in a biker dude's garage and worked out of his garage so I could, stay with my dog. And when he started losing his facilities and not making it outside, then I took him and dealt with him. But that was I traveled all over with that dog, dude, in a motorhome.
There you go.
Yeah, I got
Nothing
a
like
rescue pit. The property owners here brought a pit bull up from Detroit that was all messed up as a pup. He was like 6 months old, all fucked up. And I got him all whipped into shape. He's an awesome dog. He's the pit bull I got. He's next to me. Then I got a German Shepherd in the back. He's Duke. And I got the female.
you would have appreciated my last service animal was a pit boxer.
A what?
A pit boxer.
I like a boxer. Boxers are actually very smart.
Well, it was bred with a brindle pit bull and a brindle boxer. And man, you're talking about a loyal, dedicated, loving companion
Yeah.
and protective.
What's funny is my little brother had one like that. Same breed out. My little brother had one the same breed out, and his name was Thunder. Brendel Pitt looking.
Yeah, if I could ever get another from AKC registered bred crossover of another pit boxer, I would take it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't generally.
I've never cared about the paperwork stuff. I do care about looking at the mother and looking at the father to know that it's two shepherds, but I just go for shepherds and make sure they're two shepherds at bred,
Yeah, this has got to do with state regulation on an actual service dog. See, the veterans get first choice at the state qualified service animal,
Gotcha. Nice.
and then whatever's left over, we get to kind of put our names in line and hope that we get one.
Yeah, I train mine. I train mine up myself. Believe it or not, this shepherd here, I just got in the line. He was chain ridden for about a year, I'd say, probably like 10 years.
Ooh,
Yeah, in the middle of the woods. He was
oh
emaciated.
man,
Yep, in the middle of the flipping woods, dude. I was not happy. My brother was actually all ticked off when we got this dog. He was really, really, really pissed off.
well,
But
fuck yeah.
yeah, I went and snatched Duke up. He was literally just a few miles away, and it was from people breeding dogs out that shouldn't be breeding. I'll put it that way. The dog, they couldn't handle the dog, and I think the dog bit somebody, and they were worried about the situation. But I got a phone call, and I went and got the dog, and I really have had a hard time shaking them out, and with the shock collars and stuff like that. But the thing is, not zapping them, just with the beep beep and the vibration. And that's how I turn the pit bull and him. I turn them around totally with them shock collars, just with the beep and the vibration. I got the pit bull to quit killing chickens, and I got the German Shepherd to stay here right in the yard.
Yeah, there's one dog that I tried to train myself, and I tried to use a collar on it. I still have the collar and everything, but I got more shit from people for that dog having that collar around its neck
Fuck them.
than it. Oh man,
Fuck them. You're not
ran
the one
into
who
some.
listen. If something happens with that dog, they're not the ones fucking responsible for it. Fuck them.
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
Man, New Mexico is really bad.
I will say one thing: a motherfucker abusing them collars should have a foot put right square in their ass.
They should have to wear one.
Agreed. Agreed. whatever the fuck you feel. That's your opinion. I'm just saying, fucking, I don't agree with abuse of it. I don't agree.
No.
Well, the only time I think the shot collar shit is necessary is if the dog continues to try to run from you or he's attacking something.
Yeah, I always kept it around 2.5. Whenever it would get really antsy and start wanting to play, and I wasn't in the mood, if it couldn't respond, I may hit it with a 3 just to say it's bedtime, go to bed. But nah,
Well,
nope.
the ones that I get have a vibration mode, and you don't have to zap them. You hit a vibration, and that vibration thing that worked for my dogs. I had that vibration was a godsend. That vibration mode on the shot collar.
So I didn't have that on there.
Oh man, dude, they got a beat mode and a vibration mode. So what I do is I hit the beat, and if they ignore that beat, I hit that vibration. And if they ignore that vibration, then I hit the electric, and then they stop. I don't really
You must,
use it.
yeah, you must have the newer collar than what I've
Yeah,
got because
it was $75 offline, and it comes with 2 collars and 1 remote.
okay, because mine come with the charger and the collar and the device connected to the collar, and then it had a range meter on the igniter, and it was just from 0 to 10.
Yeah, they got a few different kind. I could probably try to read the collar and tell you what brand. I lost the remote, but I still have the 2 collars.
Right.
They were listen. They straightened my dogs out in probably about 2.5, 3 weeks to the point where I got rid of the collars.
That's awesome.
Yep, I'm sitting here scrubbing the shepherd now. The big shepherd. I'm scrubbing him right now.
There you go.
Yep, he's sitting with his back touching my leg, and he's got his face buried in my forearm as I'm scrubbing his face. He's getting the scruff on. He was shut up in the house most of the day while I was out working.
They are unconditional love in motion.
Yup. He's mean though, dude. I gotta watch this dude. I can't have him around nobody, bro, at all. Nobody at all. No. I've snatched him up as he was going to bite 2 kids. Literally, like his teeth and fangs were showing, and he was just getting ready to snap. And I snatched him right by the muzzle, right as he was getting ready to bite 2 little kids. Stuffed them in the bathroom.
Damn.
Yeah, he only lets like 3 or 4 people around me. My brother, his roommate, and my sisters. That's the only, and my dad. That's the only ones he let around him. He'll get violent. Like, I'm serious.
I been very fortunate that every service dog that I've had, which has only been 3, have all been very and extremely docile.
Well, see, here's what I don't understand. He was so chained. I didn't do that. I didn't do this mean shit to him. He was like that. But like if I let him outside and play with the pit bull, he's running around all giddy playing with the pit bull, and then it's like the playing goes too far, and then he attacks, and then they're fighting. And I've watched it. I've sat out the window, I've sat here and watched, and then had to go out and separate them.
Sounds highly spirited.
Yes. If you shut this down and went into private mode, I could talk a little more openly on stuff if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, what I'd like to do is whenever
if you shut the stream down, if you just hit stop, nobody else can come in. We can sit and talk openly private. And they can't hear or see nothing.
Well, I was going to give you my contact information because I have been up since almost 4 o'clock yesterday morning, and yeah, and I've just enjoyed being able to hang out with good, like-minded people, experiencing some nostalgic fun, and just laid back, man. This has been a very wonderful, nice stream for me. I've enjoyed the hell out of it. But
Yeah,
I do want to hook up with you on the animals because you may be able to get a resource that I don't have, and another thing is, maybe sometime we can jump in the studio here. I have a fully functional studio, and maybe throw down some tracks, man. See what happens.
I'm working on the specialty connectors to hook my guitar to the phone to be able to broadcast clean.
There you go.
I'm not really tired. I am and I'm not. But I've had a really long day. But the thing is, I sat and talked with you the other night, and I shifted my schedule. So I still got a few hours in the day. I had a long, hard day today.
Yeah, brother, I'm not going anywhere, man, and you're more than welcome up here. If you don't like the company, know that, I don't keep the same company.
It was just some other stuff I was going to discuss that I don't want broadcast.
I got you. You.
It's nothing to do with anything like that. I just don't want to broadcast.
If it's any help, my email address is the same as the title of my channel, Access Rattblood @gmail.com. That's about as easy as it gets.
Gotcha. Mine is Madman Customs MMC @gmail.com.
Awesome, man. Awesome. But I've had a very enjoyable time with you on panel tonight, man. This has been really enjoyable and a lot of fun.
I like jamming, dude. I literally reach over and I'm touching a dime bag in an Eddie Van Halen. That's fucking wild, dude.
Well, you got some clean resonance coming through with your technique, so I do appreciate that. Shows you showed a lot of dedication to it.
Yeah, I just I make sure it sounds right. I really don't care what I play as long as it sounds right. To be honest, I mean I could play just about anything. I just got to focus on it.
I think you did pretty good, man. I think you got a.
I'm way off. I do not like this tune. It just feels fucked up. I'm just being dead honest. And I've been tuning with that tuner for 20 years. No bullshit. I got that tuner. Yeah, I got that tuner in 2004, and I've been tuning for decades with it.
Oh yeah, I left after the last tour I done was in 2016, and that was a requested hired gun. Prior to that, I think it was 1990, 98, and 99, whenever I just completely quit touring altogether with music and started into another aspect of entertainment. Now I just sit back and think of, man, I was a lucky, fortunate individual to have got to live through that.
Yeah, I've never really I've only done the full out band thing a couple times. I've mostly just sat and done my own studies and stuff my whole life.
That's just as good. I mean, if you knew or you were aware of all the idiosyncratic financial raping that anyone who does an actual tour between, fuel costs, bus rental, venue, you got insurance, then you got to meet up to city code. I mean, it's just, you got to have an asshole for every aspect of your performance. And yeah, they do cater to the talent, but it still comes out of the end result of the gross net of what was there. It's going to be subtracted. You're going to lose money in that aspect, or they're going to loan it to you and you got to pay it back. Yeah, it's fun, but I had more fun playing the bar circuit than I did. It's just that being in a more professional arena, I just had access to more naughty naughties. Things I shouldn't have probably took off and endeavored in, but still had to hold some type of A&R presence. You're doing good, man. And if you got to play on stage, or you get to every once in a while, you've made it further than most ever will.
Yeah, I just, like I said, a lot of the time, to be honest, that I want to. What the fuck is that shit? What the fuck? Come on. Yes, dog. Sorry about that, man. I had a dog jumping on the door. I've never. She's a new pup. I've never experienced that before. But anyways, every time that I wanted to do the band thing, I was too busy working. I had to make a living,
Right. And that's respectable, That's highly respectable.
And then anytime I wanted to do the band thing and didn't have the living thing going on, there was nobody available to do good with it,
Well, not everybody has the dedication that a true musician, by nature and heart, has. So, there's few and far between that are convicted to the point of, I would rather be eating crumbs out of the street and being able to play than to put the guitar away and have a decent meal.
Oh.
Conviction, dedication.
Hey, I'm hardcore off grid, man. I've been off grid for a decade, man. I live off a wood stove and shit.
There you go.
No, I'm serious.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I can't have no warm water or nothing unless I fucking use a wood stove. So I have no matter what, every day just to have my coffee. I work no matter what. I have to work the stove. I have a percolated cup of coffee.
Nothing wrong with that, man.
No,
self-sufficiency.
Yeah, I like it better than the coffee pot stuff. This coffee pot coffee tastes like shit now. But it taught me something about alchemy.
Right? Transmute.
Stay
Absolutely.
away from ragu. Stay away from ragu.
Wow.
I'm
gonna go ahead and drop this down, try and get some rest and kick back, and maybe tomorrow fire up another stream. You're always welcome. You've been a most wonderful guest tonight, man. You truly have. And thanks for the reflection and the remembering of something that isn't truly lost. It's just hiding somewhere at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I might be at the bar getting drunk tomorrow.
Oh, so I'm always on here.
Oh, I don't hardly ever do this, but I think tomorrow I better go shoot some pool and drink a beer.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
I don't blame you there.
Well, I quit drinking. I don't drink or nothing, but I think I'm gonna go shoot pool at least. I'll probably just have coffee. I probably won't drink, but I'll probably go to the bar and shoot some pool.
Whatever you do, know that peace be with you, man. And if not, beat the fuck out of them.
Oh, I'm good, dude. They don't want none of this shit, dude. I'm telling you that I tell you what, the flashback scenes from the Super Soldier program and that shit, and some of the other stuff I've done, I just ain't even afraid, dude, at all, none. And I got no interest to fight nobody. None.
Yeah, there's no need for fear, man.
Yeah, I'm just not. I'm skilled. I can see it coming. I'm not worried about
Very
it.
good.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. All right, my friend, get some rest.
Yes, and I want you to know personally that I can appreciate your technique, your touch, and the fact that you have obviously dedicated yourself to your craft. So, thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, I was always a weirdo when it came to the music, man. Like I just always figured there's enough fucking tape recorders out there. I can just make my own shit, you know? I don't need to play everybody else's. You know?
Originality.
Yeah, there's already millions and billions of motherfuckers copying everybody. I ain't got to be the same as them.
No,
Uh-uh.
not at all.
All right, my friend, get some rest.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gender. And you have a wonderful evening and tomorrow. Okay, everybody. I hope that this was somewhat entertaining because I was. I was completely entertained, and it was nice to be down to earth and experience a collaboration of minds with a unifying aspect of music behind it. And I hope that helps to show how music brings together the diverse souls and unifies them into one particular state of understanding. There's a lot to be learned from that. So I thank you all who were in chat. Random Fan, Charles Was, Fools and Tools, Abman, The Freak. I really want you to come back. I got some serious Bible to discuss with you. I've been with some of my earlier teachers, and I've got some interesting to share with you. Be More, especially Michigander, JG, Maggot. Man, these are good, wonderful characters and cats that I enjoy having in my chat. And as for me, this has been a very relaxing and amazing night just to lay back and enjoy the company. Thank you all very much. I appreciate you. Access out.